Morning, everybody. We're getting ready to get started. So those of you still across by the cocktail tea area, you can feel free to make your way to your seats. And if you're not in the seat you're supposed to be in, you can feel free to make your way to your seat as well. All right, so Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Mr. David Roberts. National Service Manager, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Ms. Gachelle Gilkes-Edwards. President of the CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Ashraff Ali. President of Hermat, Ms. Cavell Joseph Saint-Omer. Board of Directors at CLICO Credit Union. CC Youth Arm Mentor and Board of Director, Mr. Jean-Marc Griffith. CEO of CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Holland Bronté Tinkew. Senior Manager, Business Development and Marketing, Mrs. Maritza Da Silva. Youth Arm Chairman, Ms. Adenike Grieg. Distinguished panelists, moderators, exhibitors, management and staff of CLICO Credit Union, members of the Youth Arm, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Beautiful. Just making sure we all awake and we had coffee. My name is Jaron Remy, also known as Rockus. You can call me Rockus today. And I'm really happy and proud to be here this morning as we celebrate, as we inform, as we educate. And let's kick things off this morning, of course, with the safety briefing from the Hilton, just to make sure that we all know what's happening, we know where we are, and we know what we need to do to be as safe as possible. Great.
Members, allow me to welcome you to Hilton Trinidad and Conference Center. Our evacuation procedure for this area in the event of an emergency is as follows. The hotel is protected by both a manual and automatic fire alarm detection system. If activation occurs, you will hear this evacuation message.
Attention, attention, an emergency has been reported in this building. Attention, attention. An emergency has been reported in this building.
The message will inform you that an emergency has occurred and you should stand by for further instructions. You will be advised subsequently by another message whether you should evacuate or the emergency has been rectified. In the event you are advised to evacuate the ballroom area, please follow the following evacuation routes. Primary evacuation route. Exit north along ballroom corridor and exit the ballroom corridor area completely and continue until you reach the pool junction staircase on your right to car park and follow the directional signs to the first level north car park at the muster point. Secondary evacuation route. Exit west through Belmont Saloon, exit doors down the emergency staircase on your left and follow directional signs to the muster point on the employees' roadway. At the evacuation assembly point, you will stand by for further instructions from our risk management department, who will account for all participants together with the organizers of this event. You will not be allowed to re-enter the building until the all-clear signal has been given by the fire services or our risk management department. I do hope that your time spent here would be meaningful and uneventful. We wish all a very pleasant, safe, and productive event.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don Morrow. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you now to stand for the playing of the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago on the national instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, done by Mr. Akinola Senon. much, Akinolo. I invite you to stay standing, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Ms. Lisa Charles to do the opening credit union prayer. She's the BDM Senior Business Development and Marketing Officer at CLICO Credit Union.
Pleasant good morning, everyone. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for today. Father God, we want to thank you for bringing each and every one of us here safely. Father God, we invite you to this youth conference. Father God, we pray for a successful day in no other name but in Jesus' almighty name. And if you all can join with me with saying the credit union prayer. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to consoled, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Thank you very much, Ms. Charles. You may have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And as we get the program started for this morning, I want to welcome the Senior Manager of Business Development and Marketing at CLICO Credit Union, somebody who's very, very passionate about the work that she does and very passionate about this conference in particular and making sure that not only does it come off well, but it has the impact that we set out for when they started planning this how many ever months ago. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium Mrs. Maritza Da Silva.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Rakas, I don't know about months ago now. Yeah. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Mr. David Roberts. National Service Manager, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Mrs. Gachelle Gilkes-Edwards. President of CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Ashraff Ali. President of HERMAT, Mrs. Cavell Joseph Saint-Omer. Board of Directors of CLICO Credit Union, CCU Youth Mentor, and Board of Director Jean-Marc Griffith. CEO of CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Holland Bronté Tinkew, Senior Manager, Youth Chairman, Mrs. Adenike Craig, distinguished panelists, moderators, and exhibitors, management and staff of CLICO Credit Union, members of the Youth members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Rakas, I ain't getting any good morning way. I'm telling you, it's a good morning, and we are happy to be here at CLICO Credit Union's Youthpreneurship Conference. So it's my honor to welcome you all here to our first Youthpreneurship Conference. You know, there's a sentiment often expressed that when you're in a room full of passionate and enthusiastic young people, you can feel the energy of something about to unfold. Because with youth and enthusiasm, anything is possible. So I'm happy to see that so many of you took the time to come here this early Saturday morning for what I gather is a shared passion for entrepreneurship and personal growth. Many of you may be asking yourselves, why is CLICO Credit Union having a Youthpreneurship Conference focused on empowering young people and building an entrepreneurship mindset? Well, the answer is a very simple one. Credit unions contribute approximately 5.6% of Trinidad and Tobago's GDP and account for 6% of the country's financial assets. They play a vital role in fostering an entrepreneurial mindset among young people and was built on the idea of financial inclusion, resilience, cooperation, mutual support, and community-driven success, all values that align perfectly with entrepreneurship. We continue to embrace young people within our credit union, not just as members, but as leaders and innovators who can help drive future economic growth and sustainability. At CLICO Credit Union, we offer more than just access to financial services. We offer the opportunity to build wealth, learn, grow, and contribute meaningfully to your communities. Through our financial education and literacy outreach program, equipping youth from the age of 5 years old with essential skills in budgeting, saving, managing their debt, which are foundational for successful entrepreneurship, community support and networking, creating a network of young people through our recently established youth arm, facilitating collaboration, mentorship, and support systems for budding business owners and professionals between the ages of 16 to 40. Tailored products such as our RISE loan, understanding the unique needs of aspiring entrepreneurs or young people transitioning into the world of work. Building confidence through our continuous learning and reskilling program, powered by Udemy and CCU Scholars Program, recognizing young people for their academic excellence at CSEC, and tertiary levels. Creating platforms for member entrepreneurs to showcase and sell their products at our annual Christmas Entrepreneurship Showcase. In fact, in the next couple of weeks, we will be launching CCU's Small Business Hub, a dynamic space where members can connect, showcase, and promote their products and services across our extensive network of over 17,000 members, as well as to the wider public. Our strategic partnerships with both public and private sector organizations on digital solutions and financial inclusion initiatives that foster long-term relationships with members, and just so much more. I can't go on. We will be here for all morning, right? All designed to foster a supportive ecosystem, enabling small business owners and young people to grow, thrive, and access new opportunities that redound to a more sustainable economy. So I was inspired by a quote from a former UK Prime Minister who said, "The greatest good you can do for another is not just to share your riches, but to reveal to them their own." This conference attempts to create this space and equip you with practical tools and insights to think like and succeed as entrepreneurs, whether you have an idea, want to expand an existing business, or simply want the best of both worlds, young people, wondering how you can navigate your day job whilst pursuing your entrepreneurial passion. I am sure many of us can speak a lot about that. It would be remiss of me not to mention that such a strong financial network that comprises of over 120 registered CUs within Trinidad and Tobago, and with a total asset base of over $16.8 billion, which is approximately about 4.7% as a percentage of our GDP, continues to confront the challenge of an aging membership base. The solution, however, lies with you, empowering you to be part of shaping the future of credit unions. Building an entrepreneurial mindset is not just about starting businesses. It's also about developing leadership, problem-solving skills, and the capacity for innovation wherever we sit, in our schools, workplaces, communities, and homes. Qualities all essential for the sustainability of any business to remain vibrant, successful, and equipped to meet our future needs. So this day is for you. We have a handful of thought-provoking panel discussions and breakout sessions, offering practical tips on marketing and branding your business, how to register your business, navigating the intergenerational gap between career and entrepreneurial expectations, harvesting the future through agribusiness, and much more. So I encourage you to ask questions, to share your thoughts, to network with your peers, and take full advantage of the information that is shared here today. We are confident that you will leave today feeling empowered to take the next step in your entrepreneurial and professional journey. So as I close, I want to close by recalling the theme for this year's Global Entrepreneurship Week. Entrepreneurship is for everyone. It has the ability to transform your life, my life, our lives, regardless of gender, background, location, status, and age. Anyone can participate and benefit from the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we at CLICO Credit Union are committed to working with you, young people, and our partners to ensure that no one is left behind on the journey towards a better quality of life, economic growth, and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Da Silva. And I want to commend CLICO Credit Union because it's not very often that you get a financial institution that's willing to just share information so that we can all benefit, so that we can all grow together, we can all learn together. So can we give CLICO Credit Union a round of applause, please? And with the specific focus on the youth arm this morning, I want you to get a first-hand remark coming from the youth arm chairman. Please welcome to the stage Adenike Gregg.
Hi, good day. Kind of short. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that warm welcome. So good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. I'd like to welcome you all again to CLICO Credit Union's Youthpreneurship Conference 2024. Thank you all for being here. It's an honor to stand before such a vibrant and motivated group of individuals. We're here not just to celebrate entrepreneurship, but to spark something much greater. A movement of young people turning their dreams into reality, using their passion as a vehicle for change and their ambition as a fuel to get them there. Allow me the opportunity to share with you more about our youth arm. Robert F. Kennedy once said, "This world demands the qualities of youth. Not a time of life, but a state of mind, a temper of will, a quality of the imagination, a predominance of courage over timidity, of the appetite for adventure over the love of ease." The CLICO Credit Union Youth Arm was established to foster a community where young people can thrive, empower them to embrace financial responsibility and cooperative values. We believe youth is not just a word, but a powerful force for ideas, energy, and potential that must be encouraged and nurtured. Our mission is to provide a platform for young voices to be heard at the highest level of our credit union, spreading financial awareness and fostering mutual growth. If you join our WhatsApp community, you'll engage in challenges, resource sharing, and community building, all while upholding the core values of the credit union movement. Just like a tree, the youth arm is rooted in cooperative principles, offering the stability and foundation for young people to grow and thrive. You, the entrepreneurs, are the branches reaching towards the sky, spreading innovation and new ideas into the world. Together, we can ensure both the roots and the branches flourish. The youth arm consists of an executive committee, which is responsible for its planning and operation, with the help of the CCU team and the guidance of the education committee. We are responsible for spreading the credit union movement values, building camaraderie, increasing youth membership at the credit union, and spreading financial awareness among the youth. The Youthpreneurship event is a direct reflection of the goals of the youth arm. By supporting your entrepreneurial values, We are living our values, just as we aim to build habits of saving and financial responsibility. We seek to empower you with the tools and knowledge to turn your ideas into successful business ventures. Throughout this event, we're creating a space for you to explore the potential that lies within all of you. Whether you have an idea brewing on your mind or you've already started your journey, we really want to support you. The Youth Arm is here to show you that entrepreneurship is a mindset that all of you have. Everyone can apply it to their daily lives, not just in business. It's about innovation, critical thinking, and attitude to change. We encourage you to combine these principles with your passion and business mind to create innovative ventures. We've seen firsthand what relentless determination can achieve. Consider the story of Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon. Bezos started his company from a garage, selling books online. Many doubted his vision of building a digital marketplace, but he stayed true to his goal. He faced multiple challenges along the way, including financial difficulties and criticism, yet he did not give up. Today, Amazon is one of the world's largest companies, transforming not just e-commerce, but also cloud computing and entertainment. Bezos' journey reminds us that entrepreneurship requires persistence, adaptability, and the ability to see beyond the present. His success is proof that with vision and hard work, we can turn challenges into opportunities. Today's event is your opportunity to turn your passion into ventures that could grow and last. Whether you're interested in technology, agriculture, the arts, or any other field, entrepreneurship is your ticket to creating the future that you want. And it's not just about the idea you have, it's about the willingness to put in the work, learn from failures, and adapt as you go. The Youth Arm will continue to be here and support you and be a support system for TNT's youth. Together, we're building not only the next wave of businesses, but a movement for young leaders all across Trinidad and Tobago who take control of their financial futures, who push boundaries, and are not afraid to follow their dreams. As we move forward, I encourage each of you to ask yourselves, what am I passionate about? What can I contribute to my community, country, and the world? And most importantly, what will I do to make it happen? Remember, the seed of entrepreneurship is already inside you. All you need to do is water it with hard work, provide sunlight with your belief, and give it the space to grow. In summary, the CLICO Credit Union Youth Arm was established to foster a community where young people can thrive, grounded in cooperative values and financial responsibility. We exist to provide you with the support, resources, and a platform to grow your ideas into successful ventures. This event reflects our mission, empowering young entrepreneurs to turn their ideas into reality. By aligning your ambitions with our shared values of growth and success, we can make a lasting impact on both ourselves and the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adenike Greg. Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the youth arm of the CLICO Credit Union. You know, some of the things that she said that stood out for me, of course, entrepreneurship is not just about having a great idea, putting in the work. I think that's the most important part of the journey, putting in the work so that you get the results along the way. And at CLICO Credit Union, there's no shortage of leaders who put in the work on a daily basis. And this morning, I'd like to welcome one of them to have a chat with you. As we welcome the president of CLICO Credit Union, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Mr. Ashraff Ali.
Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport and Community Development, Mr. David Roberts, National Service Manager, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Mrs. Gachelle Gilkes-Edwards, President Hermat, Mrs. Cavell Joseph Saint-Omer, Board of Directors of CLICO Credit Union, CCU Youth Arm Mentor and Board of Director, Mr. Jean-Marc Griffith, Chief Executive Officer of CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Holland Bronté Tinkew, Senior Manager, Business Development and Marketing, Mrs. Maritza Da Silva, Youth Arm Chairman, Ms. Adenike Craig, distinguished panelists, moderators and exhibitors, management and staff of CLICO Credit Union, members of the youth arm, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. The young do not know enough to be prudent. Therefore, they attempt the impossible and achieve it generation after generation. A quote from Pearl S. Buck, first American woman to be awarded a Pulitzer and Nobel Prize for Literature. Good morning and a warm welcome to all the dynamic young minds joining us today at our first Youthpreneurship Conference. Your presence here is appreciated and integral to this event's success. We are truly grateful for the energy and enthusiasm you bring. We believe that hosting this Youthpreneurship Conference is not just an initiative, but a crucial and impactful step towards a future filled with immense potential and promise. It is a future that we are all excited to be a part of. It is a privilege to speak to you on the subject critical to the success of our credit union and the future of our society and economy. Today, I want to share why credit unions must focus on youth and youth entrepreneurs, and why this youth conference is pivotal to ensuring a bright and prosperous future for everyone. In today's fast-moving world, youth are harvesting the future. They are not just preparing for it, but actively shaping it. They are cultivating not just new businesses or technologies, but mindsets, innovations, and societal shifts that will define the decades ahead. As a credit union, we must invest in and empower this generation of young entrepreneurs and leaders to ensure we remain relevant and impactful in the coming years. Today, I want to examine why focusing on youth is essential for credit unions, why youth entrepreneurship is a key driver of future economic success, and why this youth conference is a crucial platform to empower the next generation of innovators. First and foremost, young people today are the architects of tomorrow's economy. They are entering a world vastly different from the one many of us grew up in, one shaped by rapid technological advancements, digital platforms, global interconnectedness, and shifting societal values. This new world comes with both unprecedented challenges and extraordinary opportunities. In this landscape, young people are not waiting for the future to come to them. They are actively shaping it. They are leveraging technology, innovation, and a global perspective to tackle problems that previous generations could not imagine. Whether in tech startups, social enterprises, or creative industries, young entrepreneurs are building businesses that address the unique demands of today's economy. They are harvesting the ideas and energy needed to tackle some of the world's biggest challenges, including climate change, poverty, inequality, and digital transformation. Perhaps one of the most pressing areas where youth are making their mark is a fight for environmental sustainability. The future of our planet is quite literally in their hands, and young people are rising to the challenge with remarkable leadership and determination. The youth climate movement, epitomized by figures like Greta Thunberg and countless others worldwide, has mobilized millions to demand action on climate change. This generation recognizes that our environmental choices have profound consequences on future generations. They push for renewable energy, sustainable agricultural practices, and greener urban planning. They are harvesting a future that prioritizes the planet's health over short-term profits. What is inspiring is how young people are not just protesting or raising awareness, but also creating real-world solutions. From eco-friendly startups to sustainable fashion brands, young entrepreneurs are driving the shift towards a greener economy. They understand that sustainability is not just a buzzword, but a necessity for survival. However, these young people need more than access to markets and technology. They also need the support and resources to bring their ideas to life. This is where credit unions can step in and play a pivotal role. As community-driven, member-focused institutions, credit unions are uniquely positioned to champion youth entrepreneurship by providing capital, guidance, mentorship, and financial literacy. We can ensure that these young architects are equipped to build the foundations of tomorrow's economy. Now, you might ask, why specifically focus on youth entrepreneurs? The answer is simple. Youth entrepreneurship catalyzes economic growth and innovation. Young entrepreneurs bring fresh perspectives and new ideas. They are unburdened by the way things have always been done and willing to challenge the status quo. This ability to innovate and disrupt is crucial in a world that is quickly changing. By embracing the entrepreneurial spirit of youth, we position ourselves at the forefront of innovation. Youth entrepreneurs are uniquely capable of identifying market gaps and creating solutions relevant to their generation and the modern economy. Whether in technology, sustainability, or social enterprise, young people have the potential to transform industries and create entirely new ones. Today's youth are digital natives. They have grown up with the internet, smartphones, and digital platforms as integral parts of their lives. This gives them the edge in creating agile, scalable, and tech-driven businesses. These young entrepreneurs know how to use technology for consumption, innovation, and growth. For CLICO Credit Union to remain relevant, we must support and invest in young entrepreneurs who are creating the digital solutions of tomorrow. Whether through fintech, e-commerce, or digital marketing, young people are driving the transformation of industries, and our support will ensure that they have the financial foundation to pursue their ideas. Youth entrepreneurship benefits more than just the entrepreneurs themselves. It has a multiplier effect on the broader economy. Youth entrepreneurs create jobs, drive local economic growth, and contribute to the prosperity of their communities. By supporting youth entrepreneurs, we are investing in the future economic health of our regions. The businesses that young people create today will become tomorrow employers, innovators, and community leaders. These enterprises, whether small startups or flourishing companies, play a key role in strengthening local economies and ensuring long-term growth. This brings us to the heart of today's gathering. Why is this youth conference so critical to the future? The answer is that this conference provides a unique and essential platform for empowerment, education, and collaboration. Young people need more than ideas and ambition. They need access to resources, mentorship, and financial support. This conference allows young entrepreneurs to connect with those resources and gain the skills and confidence necessary to realize their vision. This conference will help young people build their entrepreneurial toolkit through workshops, panels, and networking opportunities. They will learn about business planning, financial management, marketing, and navigating the complexities of starting and running a business. Perhaps most importantly, they will leave here confident that their ideas are valid and possible. One of the biggest barriers to success for young entrepreneurs is a lack of financial literacy and access to capital. They have the drive, creativity, and vision, but many are unsure how to navigate the financial landscape, from securing loans to managing cash flows. This is where credit unions can step up and fill a critical need. At this conference, we are offering young entrepreneurs a chance to learn about financial management, sustainable growth, and how to access financial products they need to succeed. With our member-focused approach, credit unions are ideally positioned to offer the funds, the guidance, and the education that will empower these young innovators to make sound financial decisions. Mentorship is a powerful tool. It is often the key to overcoming challenges and staying the course for young entrepreneurs. This conference provides a space for young entrepreneurs to connect with experienced mentors who have been in their shoes, faced the same challenges, and succeeded. This conference is a networking hub in addition to mentorship. By bringing together young entrepreneurs, community leaders, and financial professionals, we are creating an ecosystem of collaboration where ideas can flourish, partnerships can be formed, and collective success can be achieved. These connections are critical to long-term success. And we as a credit union are facilitating the development of this entrepreneurial community. Now let us discuss the long-term benefits of focusing on youth entrepreneurs for the credit union and the broader community. By engaging the young entrepreneurs now, we are building lifelong relationships. These young people are potential members, future leaders, and decision makers. By supporting them early in their journey, we will foster loyalty and ensure that our credit union remains their trusted financial partner as their businesses grow and evolve. As their enterprises scale, these young entrepreneurs will need more than startup capital. They will need long-term financial products, from business loans to investment services. By positioning ourselves as partners in their success, we ensure that we are part of their startup phase and entire financial journey. Focusing on youth entrepreneurs ensure credit union stays relevant in a changing financial landscape. The traditional banking model is being disrupted by fintech, digital platforms, and alternative financial services. Young people, especially entrepreneurs, seek institutions offering flexibility, technology-driven solutions, and community support. By supporting youth entrepreneurs, we are aligning ourselves with the future of banking. We are showing that we understand the needs of a generation that values transparency, innovation, and purpose. In doing so, we ensure our credit union remains relevant, indispensable to the next generation of members. Finally, let us return to the theme that ties all this together. Youth are harvesting the future. Right now, young entrepreneurs are planting the seeds of the businesses, technologies, and innovations that will define the future. They lead the way in building a more connected, sustainable, and inclusive world. This conference and our credit union's focus on youth entrepreneurship are about nurturing that harvest. It is about ensuring that young people have the resources, support, and confidence to turn their ideas into reality. It is about recognizing that the future is in their hands, and our job is to help them cultivate it. In closing, I want to make a call to action. Let us all recognize the incredible potential of youth and youth entrepreneurs. Let us understand that they are not just the future. They are building that future right now. And it's up to us as a credit union and as a community to support them every step of the way. By focusing on youth and youth entrepreneurship and hosting this conference, we are investing in the long-term success of our credit union, our community, and our economy. We are showing young people that we believe in their ideas and that we are here to help them succeed. Let us seize this moment, support our youth, and build a future that is bright, prosperous, and full of opportunity together. To all our youths, I say, imagine with all your mind, believe with all your heart, achieve with all your might, and consider CLICO Credit Union your life partner for financial services. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Ashraff Ali. And I like the reference he made to building a toolkit. I think that's a really important thing that we're here to do this morning, is to build a toolkit. And we're going to give you all the tools that you need to at least get things going to the next place that you need to get to. And one of the tools that you're going to need, of course, is history. A foundation is very, very important. I want to welcome back to the stage Akinola Senon, because he's going to play for us a national instrument one more time. And this time around, we're going to get a cappella version of a song. You may or may not know it. I don't know how young we're talking. Let me say young insider here. However, I've heard everybody giving quotes this morning, so I really wanted to give one, especially in this moment. And it comes from, I'm going to give you two actually. The first one comes from Tricanal. They say, know yourself and know your history. Otherwise, you really cannot be free to boom up history. And that's really, really important to consider in the context of what you're about to hear, because Akinola was telling me before we started that if you don't know where you come from, then you don't know where you're going. And that's the second quote I wanted to give you, not from Akinola, but from Day. You know who Day is? All the old people that ever talk to you in your life, it's them that say that. They just say, if you don't know where you're going, if you don't know where you're coming from. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you to embrace the history as a foundation. Because if you learn about the things that came before you, you are then better informed to make decisions in building the same future that Mr. Ali was just talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you on the National Instrument of Trinidad and Tobago, the musical director for Separia Deltones, Mr. Akinola Senon. Akinola Sanon, ladies and gentlemen, the musical director for Superior Deltones. And you can feel the music coming out of him, huh? Every which part of him. Love that. And so there goes that first aspect of building your toolkit. Cultural confidence and historical foundation. Yeah? We're going to continue building that toolkit this morning. Our next speaker has over 15 years of expertise in project management, business administration, and youth development. She is an enthusiastic, resourceful, and confident professional with regional and international experience. Her specialization entails elevating the influence of government and corporate partnerships to achieve organizational goals. Part of her specialization also includes complementing exceptional communication skills, high motivation, and proficiency in stakeholder relations and teamwork. And she has the ability, the capability to set targets to achieve them. She's also very, very passionate when it comes to things that relate to the youth. And I can say that from first-hand experience because I'm pretty sure like on a weekly basis, if not once every other week, she comes on the Now Morning Show, which I host, to actually chat about the different initiatives that she's involved in or that her team is involved in or responsible for. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, I welcome our feature address from the National Service Manager at the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Mrs. Gachelle Gilkes-Edwards.
Good morning, everyone. I stand on the protocols already established, and I want to tell Mr. Sanon that I feel as though I just ran around this room. After that performance, I was really taken aback, and I want to thank him for such a beautiful performance. So I want to confirm that after all those excellent speeches delivered by Ms. Da Silva and Mr. Ali, yes, that you would have assimilated a lot of technical knowledge required to become an entrepreneur. But in simple terms, and let me confirm that this is definitely a room of young people, there is a local singer. She says, I love money, bad, nice. So I definitely know that we have some young people in the audience. You're laughing, you didn't expect me to know that song. All right. I want to take this opportunity as well to share a lesson, because we're constantly learning and growing. And I have a 9-year-old daughter. I have 2 daughters. And the 9-year-old said to me, after looking at a speech that I delivered recently, she said, Mommy, you're very old school. I said, what? Everyone in the office thinks I'm the youngest person ever. She said, Mommy, why are you using paper to read your speeches? I thought you're environmentally conscious. I said, oh, okay. So I said, one of these good days I'll challenge myself to do it off of an electronic device. And this morning, I picked up my sister, Dr. Tia Gilles, who's here with me. And you'll give my young sister, Dr. Gilles. Tia, please stand. I'm very proud of my 2 sisters. They both graduated this year as doctors. And she said to me on probably 4 occasions for the morning, Gachelle, check the folder to make sure that you have the correct speech. I said, yes. And probably about 2 minutes before we started, I checked the folder and recognized I did not have today's speech. So I want to thank my younger daughter for her agility, the importance of youth, for preparing me, because now Mommy is going to read these words that she prepared for these young persons off of this digital device. All right. So young women and young men, I am definitely honored to be here today, to have this privilege to bring you some remarks on behalf of the Honorable Foster Cummings, the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, and as one of The young person said to me this morning, he said, this ministry is definitely the best ministry. Didn't he say that, Samantha? Yes, doing an excellent job. And on behalf of my PS Narang Charan and DPS Savitri Balkaran, I'm making sure to say this since PS Roberts is here, so he can carry back the message that I acknowledged to DPS. All right. It's certainly a pleasure, as I said before, to have this opportunity, and I'm quite grateful because Minister Cummings has afforded this opportunity to me, which not many persons do, and it definitely is testament of the belief in young persons, and it is not something that I take for granted. I'm getting, to speak at these events held for young persons, for youth-led organizations, youth-serving organizations, where they gather to grow and to share and to learn, as our previous speakers would have indicated. So, as most of you know, and if you may have forgotten, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service was established in 2020, and we have a very simple mandate to provide opportunities for young persons to develop their aptitude, their attitude, and to promote national service. And as Rokas would have indicated, I am the manager of national service, so I'm always championing national service, and that is why Mr. Senon definitely has me worked up after that performance. So as national service manager, I have a clear responsibility. And it is to engender civic-mindedness amongst young persons between the ages of 10 to 35, but the entire population as a whole. And I usually prepare my speeches with a history lesson or a quote from a local leader, in recognition of their service to nation and as a form of respect to those persons. Because leadership, like entrepreneurship, requires a lot of responsibility, and we don't want to mismanage that at any point in time. However, this morning, a very simple concept came to mind when I put these few words together, and it actually stemmed from my background in economics. And the economic factors of production came to mind. Do you all know the economic factors of production? Shamian is saying no, but I know he knows. No, you all don't know? Yes, what are the economic factors of production? Capital, land, labor, and capital. Nice. And land, as you said, is a natural resource. For those of you who may have forgotten, I know this gentleman did not forget. Where did he go? Alpha Senon. Probably went outside. But the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service has been assigning 2 acres of land, I'm seeing them to the back, to young farmers, 21st century farmers who have successfully completed their 2 years in the Youth Agricultural Homestead Program, which is actually one of the youth and women in agriculture suite of programs that I previously led. Labor. It is the effort that we as human beings put in. And on Wednesday of last week, I was asked by the HR department to look at a panel, to lead a panel actually for some positions. And I looked at the scoring matrix and I said, we definitely need to, as a Ministry of Youth, put in, vigor and passion as one of the line items, which will definitely be in the favor of our young people, and capital. It includes machinery, tools, the buildings, the dust, financial capital. CLICO would know what I'm speaking about. It includes those 3 things. But we have a new school of economics, a newer school of economics, that speaks of the 4th factor of production, and that is entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is the ideas that combines those 3 factors of production. It combines the land, the labor, and the capital, and combines it in such a way that it identifies new opportunities to organize these resources to bring forward new products, new services, and in some instances, in new markets. So my young friends, we're keeping those 4 factors of production in mind. Let me get back to my portfolio. In 2022, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, through the Cabinet, would have established a National Service Report. And that report defines national service as a period of service to a local community or country which is a structured program appropriately recognized and rewarded by the society and state. It facilitates opportunities for participants to acquire marketable skills, improve personal and social well-being, and develop and demonstrate good citizenship. The National Service portfolio of programs are opportunities for our citizenry to understand their rights and responsibilities of being Trinbagonian. For individuals and organizations to appreciate that they are beneficiaries of service gone by those before, but they are also donors of service for those to come. More importantly, young people, the unprecedented opportunities afforded by the MyDNS in numerous training programs, and you know many of them, through NEDCO, and today's event by key stakeholders such as CLICO, are designed to harness that X factor, that 4th factor, that factor of entrepreneurship. Therefore, today, the 21st of September, everyone in this room, especially those under 35, must understand that you are beneficiaries of entrepreneurial ideas gone before. But you must also understand that you have a responsibility to become the donors of entrepreneurial ideas for those generations to come. We are here today at the Hilton, not just to make new friends, to listen to nice speeches and take photos for IG, but you're here today to equip yourselves and to become fit for purpose, fit for future, to adopt a culture of service. Adopt a culture of service that will address our economic, environmental, and social challenges. And it will require us as a population to become civic-minded and to adopt solutions and to take action. I'm of the strong belief, as Ruckus would have indicated, in every single thing that I do, that young people are the answer to these problems that we are facing. So I want to recognize CLICO for joining with the MyDNS. CLICO Credit Union, yes, thank you very much for the clarification, yes. I want to recognize CLICO Credit Union for joining with the MyDNS in recognizing the importance of our young people. I also see it today as an opportunity for us to demonstrate our national pledge, to dedicate our lives to the service of our God and our country. As a business owner, you would see firsthand the importance of service to people, service to community, and service to country, especially when you pay your taxes. So events like today provides the needed knowledge and opportunities for youth commercial participation. But let us not forget that it also brings awareness and ownership to the needs of our nation, while empowering people and organizations to fulfill their civic responsibility, to contribute, as I said before, towards the solutions, and to serve our nation and serve our people with national pride. So in closing, dear CLICO Credit Union youthpreneurs, and I wish to add stewards of national service, because now you understand the nexus between both concepts. Regardless of the challenges that we faced yesterday and the new challenges that we will face tomorrow, let us all, with renewed strength, agility, in our own individual ways, come together to serve this great nation with national pride. And as I close, there's a saying that you all should know, but if you don't know, you'll know today. If not youth, then who? May God bless you. May God bless your businesses, and may God bless Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Gachelle Gilkes-Edwards, ladies and gentlemen, doing an entire speech from her phone. Congratulations. All right, so we're continuing to build that toolkit, as we would have mentioned, and of course, that tool you just got, I love that you mentioned, fit for purpose and fit for life. That is a big part of the reason that we're here today, to make sure that we get the fittings that we need, the right tools to go forward. So we're going to get things started with our first panel discussion of the morning. And the theme for that one is Harvesting the Future, Agribusiness Meets Sustainable Power. So to have this conversation, let me welcome moderator Alpha Senon. Alpha is a visionary founder and executive director of Y-Farm, and he's dedicated to nurturing the future nourishers of 2050. He introduced the groundbreaking food and nutrition security superheroes, Agriman. You have to give me the Agriman pose, man, Alpha. Agriman. And photosynthesister. He's not going to pose like photosynthesister. She's sitting down over there, but that's a different story. He also launched the captivating Agriman Adventures comic book series, both in Trinidad and Tobago and beyond, which showcases his commitment to inspiring youth in contributing to food security through innovation, creativity, and agripreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, Alpha Senon. I also want to welcome Mr. Andre Escalante. Andre is a holder of a BSc and an MSc in Engineering and a Global Energy MBA from the University of Warwick in the UK. Mr. Escalante has extensive experience within the energy efficiency and renewable energy field. His company has undertaken numerous energy audits, developed corporate utility management programs, installed absorption, cooling, and cogeneration systems, solar and biomass renewable energy systems as well, and other sustainable energy projects for a diverse clientele. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andre Escalante. Up next, I welcome Nikita Legal, who has embarked on a journey from honey production to spearheading sustainable agriculture. Her career has been a testament to adaptability and growth. Since founding her business in 2015, she's expanded her horizons from pure honey production and beehive removals to pivotal services in sustainable agriculture. Tropical Hives, which is the name of a company, now includes earthworm composting, personalized support for home gardening, and soil regeneration and composting services. Ladies and gentlemen, Nikita Legal. Up next on this panel, I want to welcome Karen Modest. Karen is the founder and director of Modest Home Growers Company Limited, and they deliver market produce, both wholesale and retail, and has been in business for the last 9 years. Mr. Modest was the first ever English-speaking Caribbean representative at the YEP's Youth Entrepreneur of the Year 2018 held in Colombia, and he was eventually the runner-up. Mr. Modest also took part in Shell's Livewire program and walked away with top prize in demo and pitch competition at his category. Mr. Modest attended Trinity College Mocha and graduated class of 2005. Then he went on to UTT, where he completed a diploma in mechanical engineering. His passion and interest in business will then take him to SAMS, where he completed a degree in business management. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Karen Modest. And our final panelist on this first panel discussion is Laquan Perry. Now, when he was just 16 years old, Mr. Perry became the first junior minister of tourism for Trinidad and Tobago, representing the nation at the Caribbean Tourism Organization Youth Congress in Barbados. During his secondary school years, he achieved the following distinctions. Well, I'm going to just give you a few of them, because we don't want to be here all morning. He's quite an accomplished young man. He was the recipient of the Lucille S. Antoine Leadership Scholarship from the Caribbean Medical Providers Association. He was recognized as one of the most outstanding RBC young leaders representing the Caribbean at the We Day celebration in Toronto, Canada. He's the founder of the Tourism Youth Clubs established in secondary schools across Trinidad and Tobago, and the winner of the Best Village Photography Competition in 2017. Mr. Laquan Perry is a distinguished entrepreneur and the visionary behind Quan's Farm, a multifaceted agribusiness that excels in various pillars of the agriculture sector. Ladies and gentlemen, Laquan Perry. And here we have our first panel, Harvesting the Future, Agribusiness Meets Sustainable Power. I hand it over now to moderator Alpha Senon.
All right. Justin, thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to be here this morning. One of the things that was not mentioned in Laquan's bio, because it probably need updating as of last night or night before.
Night before.
He became the Youth National Award winner for Agriculture 2024. So I think we need to get a, yes, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. You know, so this morning we're talking agriculture, the future of agribusiness, and we're talking about sustainable power. And I also think we want to talk about the power of sustainability in the agricultural food value chain. So, and then we're talking youth as well. So I will simply begin with one of my little quotes, you know, youth opens up the horizon, right? Youth opens up the horizon through imagination and vision. For those of you who know me, I like to create my own words and things. Through innopreneurship, innovation and entrepreneurship, and through leader and himship, both leadership amongst men and women. So when we're talking youth, that's what we're talking. Opening up that horizon that exists to be able to create a new world and a better tomorrow. Now, I'm very happy and I'm humble and honored that agribusiness is the first panel. How do you feel about that? You know, we are the first panel today, so it's an exciting thing for us, you know. So I think we want to explore with the panelists today to share a little bit more of what you all are doing, how you all are doing it, and the opportunities that exist within agriculture, within the energy sector, within the renewable energy sector, for young people who's here today attending this conference. So I kind of want to start with ladies first, with my dear friend Nikita, who is a world-renowned traveler, you know, doing amazing things, and you always have to ask people like how you just do what you're doing and where you find the time to do everything. So Nikita, you know, share a little bit more about your projects, Agro TT, Tropical. I'd otherwise get my honey, yeah? If I need honey, that is the lady to get the honey from. So Nikita, share a little bit more now.
Okay, so initially, when I started business, I started with tropical hives, basically doing beekeeping myself, and then from doing beekeeping, you kind of get, I kind of say looking at a beehive is getting a little bit into the world around you. So bees are an indicator species. So when you have issues with bees dying or other beekeepers talking about bees dying due to pesticide use, for me that was like, well, if this is what is happening to the bees, then what is going on with my food, right? Which is what encouraged me to grow more food at home and to be more sustainable and to really be more aware of the world around us. So from that, I started doing classes, encouraging people to grow food at home, which a lot of the content was more available with social media, putting that stuff up on social media, and then putting things up on blogs and having live classes. As well with growing more food at home, we say, okay, well, we have all of this waste, we should be composting. So that led me into basic composting, vermiculture, other forms of composting as well, and really into how we can make things more sustainable and how we grow our own food and how what we do affects our environment.
And interesting enough, you know, I visit Nikita from time to time, and she literally have these composters, and her yard is a whole entire food forest. You know, no joke. And it shows the power of home gardening. It shows the power of what we could do as a society, you know, on an individual level to be able to really grow your own food, to eat what you grow and grow what you eat. Mm-hmm. Literally, she's doing that. Mr. Escalante, I will allow you to share a little bit more now of your projects and whatnot.
Yeah, we have been around 20 plus years doing energy efficiency and more recently renewable energy. I would say for the young people out here, now is a good time to look at it, that industry. In 2010, I think the government at that time formed energy service company, and they were giving companies tax rebates if they did involve in energy efficiency. But that never came through, it never passed. I know the Energy Chamber of Trinidad and Tobago tried very hard to get people to do it. But one of the major obstacles in energy efficiency and renewables is the low cost of energy. Okay? But that we see is going to change soon because we know the RIC are now going through the whole process. And I think that has been the major barrier, one of the major barriers. But we're going to see it change, right? And when it changes, you will see a great demand for it. I used to lecture at the University of West Indies in the MSc in Renewable Energy. I did an energy auditing. And every year we saw the increase, I'm talking about 10 years ago, increase the amount of students from 8 to 10 to 14 to 20. And then it started to go down because a lot of the graduates didn't get jobs in that field. And it was so sad, you know. But most of our work is throughout the Caribbean, okay? And the energy cost in the Caribbean is very, very high, right? And I was just in Grenada the other day and the month before in Belize. And I've seen that they still need a lot of technical people in energy efficiency, right? Good technical people. And if Trinidad and Tobago had done the ESCO development program that they started in 2010, 2011, we would have been a lot more advanced, right? This morning, Scotiabank sent my son who's away a note saying he's only allowed now, it used to be $100 US a day from his card.
I saw that yesterday.
Now it's $50 US a day.
Yes, sir.
Right, and a certain limit per month. I think it's
1,200.
Yes, 1,200 per month.
Yeah.
You know, and that shows how I've never seen the access for foreign exchange as bad as it is right now.
Yeah.
You know, but outside there in the Caribbean, there's a need for technical services in energy efficiency and renewable energy, and the quality of the technical people are not as good as what we have here because we have a good industry university at Trinidad and Tobago, UWI. Right? We missed the opportunity 10 years ago, but I think there's still an opportunity now for training young people, get into the energy efficiency, renewable energy field, and go out into the Caribbean, earn foreign exchange. Yeah. And you'll feel very satisfied doing that.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Escalante. I'm so happy that I'm so happy that you're on the panel to be able to join us to help us bridge that gap, you know, with harvesting that futuristic, how do we merge that agribusiness and sustainable energy and power? Right, so I'll now invite Mr. Karen to share with us a little more.
Well, my business started basically delivering the market, both wholesale and retail, as he stated. But it was back to front, and the way I say my business was back to front, I delivered the market, wholesale and retail, then I saw the need to produce my own produce. So recently I started my own farming. I have pimentos, hot peppers, and again, I kept looking for new ways to grow and to be all year round. So I started fruit bowls. So I now have fruit bowls as well, so fruit bowls in grocery stores and so on. And I always keep looking to grow and find different niches and places where I can always expand. So my fruit bowls are now a part of Carnival, bands, band launches, these sort of things. With regards to the modest home growers and the delivery, during COVID, I saw growth, serious growth, because everyone was locked up. I was outside. I was able to grow my business during that period of time. Many challenges I would have faced over the years, and I see we have some more points where we could talk about that later on.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yes,
All right, thanks a lot. Laquan.
So it's a privilege for me to really sit here and really tell you all my story as a young entrepreneur in agribusiness. But you all heard my bio, and a lot of people see the glory but don't know the story. So having the ability to tell you this story now, I feel really blessed to have to tell you all. Congratulations to CLICO on focusing on young entrepreneurs. I started off my business, believe it or not, with just 200 rough skin lemons right on Charlotte Street. And I was working in corporate. I decided to take a risk, leave the opportunities that exist. We will get into that later on. But I approached the Agriculture Development Bank, purchased a vehicle, and just started off with just 200 rough skin lemons. But I knew in my inner self that I have much more potential, but in life, we must be able to start at some particular point. And I really appreciate that I started at a humble point of understanding the different challenges that exist. And in that journey, well, at tender age, I did a little practicing of agriculture and stuff like that. But truly grateful to the My DNS YAP program. I'm a beneficiary of the YAP program. Give My DNS a round of applause. Being a beneficiary of the YAP program, I got the ability to study agriculture at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, studying agriculture and agro-processing. And, you know, it's similar to my colleague here, where from Charlotte Street to 200 Oscar Lemon, I then approached the wholesale market at McCoy and Namdefco wholesale market. At that time, I was practicing marketing. It involves the buying of fruits and vegetables wholesale from farmers and selling it at the wholesale market. They call these type of people the middle person, right? And then again, I still wasn't satisfied. I know I had much more potential. And I'm telling you this because, not because you start by $5 or $10 means that you will remain with $5 and $10. And I said, listen, I'm going to a farmer and I'm giving him large quantities of money to go back and try to sell it. Why not do what the farmer is doing? Because I already had some practical knowledge and then being a part of YAP. So I started cultivating. I'm a string bean producer. It's a crop that is not much in the market. There's a demand. And again, continuing to want to achieve more, I started selling organic fertilizer like cow manure and compost. So I know my colleague is doing composting as well too. I'm very happy to hear that. And then I guess as an entrepreneur in the night, you always lie down thinking of new things and how you could develop that product. I sure the young entrepreneurs here could testify to that. And I just listen, I want to be different in the agriculture sector. I just don't want to be with the mud and boots. I want to be different. And I started off dealing with public awareness of the importance of getting into agriculture, going to the schools in my communities, going to different communities within my constituency. And then by doing that and sharing that public information, persons started approaching me for consultancy services. So now I do farm management solutions, consultancy, I do marketing of cow manure and composting, and I'm a producer of string beans and expanding into hot pepper production.
All right, thank you. Very good, very good, very good. Very good. 200 rough skin lemons on Charlotte Street. Yeah, story to be told, you know. Excellent. You know, let's dive a little more into the meat of the matter today. And when we're talking agribusiness, right, for those of you who may not be that familiar, it's a term that you hear going around, you know, so you automatically think the business of agriculture, of course, you know, what is there to know? But I think I want the audience to be able to appreciate the agricultural value chain, right? There's a chain that exists. How do we get the food from the crop to the shop? How do we get the food from the mud to the market? How do we get it from the seed to the snack, you know? Yeah, I'll just do my thing, right? But so it's understanding the process involved along that chain and all the people that are involved and where does sustainable energy fit into this entire process and what are the opportunities that exist. But I want to go right back to Kwan and basically share with the young people here today what are some of the trends, some of the opportunities in the agricultural value chain that you see existing right now?
Well, currently with the My DNS, which is the Ministry of Youth and National Development Services, there are numerous agricultural programs that exist, the Youth in Agriculture programs. So I know Ms. Edwards would have spoke about it as well too, but just to bring it in a more youthful way, you know. Not saying that you're not youth, but, you know, a more younger way, I should say. So there's the Shade House program. What is a Shade House? It's a technological system in the agriculture sector where you could produce high-value produce, like things like mushrooms, broccoli, cauliflower, etc. Stuff that we would usually import. There's the Youth in Agriculture Homestead program. As Ms. Edwards said, 2 acres of land. One of the issues young people experience after leaving secondary school is the access of land. And so that opportunity of having 2 acres of land plus a starter home, you know, it's main dream for most adults to achieve your home. So at a young age, you are getting that opportunity, a $20,000 grant to start off your agribusiness at that 2-acre parcel of land. There's the aquaculture program as well too available. This aquaculture is to help you to develop systems where you could produce tilapia, shrimp, and other different seafood items, even like crayfish, you know. Besides the MyDNS program, there's the NEDCO grants available as well too, and loans available by the Agriculture Development Bank. So you could approach the Agriculture Development Bank just like how I approached the Agriculture Development Bank. And I know this simple scenario, this simple event, the CLICO Credit Union, I definitely believe you could approach them as well too. Regarding to grants as well too, as being a registered farmer, as a young person, you could become a registered farmer, and there's a procedure of becoming a registered farmer. If you're interested in becoming a registered farmer, you could visit the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries website, and there's the guidance. There's an online portal right now that you could register from online. Being a registered farmer, you could get up to 100,000 in grant. It provides support for technological, manufacturing, equipment, and also the Ministry of Trade. There's a grant provided for up to 250,000. So I'm talking about resources that
opportunities.
are
There's
available.
opportunities.
I can go on and on.
Right.
Yeah,
Good.
so that's what we have available.
Nice. So, Mr. Escalante, I think I would now allow you to share some more insights into tying sustainable power, renewable energy, and agriculture and agribusiness. What are the trends in this sector right now? What can the young people here be looking out for? What can they be looking to invest into? Where do you see it going?
Before I get into that, I would
Sure.
like to say, I wish I was 30 years younger with all those benefits out there for the young people.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot could emerge the energy in terms of agriculture. Solar crop drying, right, to make dry fruits and stuff like that. Sometimes you may have land out in far off from the main TNTech point of connection. So you use solar PV to produce energy to run your pumps if you have those hydronic things, you know. You could use, we have an example of it. If you are afraid of predator larceny, you put solar lighting at nighttime, solar cameras out in your fields to watch what's going on. Things like that. Biomass, biogas. If you have cows, you know, you trap the gas and use the gas for heat if you need it for any process. Solar hot water. The whole host of things you can use the renewable energy for and bring down your costs, because our cost of energy is low now, but it's going to go up. But I tell you, the people in Jamaica, right, they are using solar, right? So solar costs the same both places. So if we want to be competitive outside there with our agriculture, we need to start looking at doing solar and renewable energy and stuff like that.
All right, thank you so much. Nikita and Karen, you know, anywhere in your business models, you all utilize any kind of renewable energy as yet? And if not, probably why not? And are you guys thinking about moving in that direction?
Go ahead. So I don't use any renewable energy right now, but currently the way business is with beekeeping is not very energy intensive. So the solar cameras are common because you're not in the apiary all the time. So you do find, especially in areas where you have issues with predator larceny, people would use the solar cameras with to try and then have the Wi-Fi there so that they can see what is going on in the apiary. So that is pretty common. I do think biogas has huge potential in agriculture, especially with things like, you say with cows, but most people who do things like pigs, sheep, and goats, they're in a confined area for most of the day. Or the pigs will be in that confined area all the time. And then one of the issues that we have with pig farming is eutrophication. So they'll wash the pens, and then all of the waste will go maybe into a river or to one particular area. And because you have that huge collection of waste, and pig waste is particularly difficult to deal with because their digestive system is different from cows and sheep and goat, because they are omnivores versus cows and sheep and goat, which are herbivores. So it's difficult to deal with. So if there could be more with biogas conversion there, I think that is really, really good. And there are a lot of pig farmers that would say, well, they put the dashing outside. So, you know, we could kind of stop doing that so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nikita. And by the way, Nikita is also a YAP graduate.
Yes, yes.
And at her graduation, she was the valedictorian, you know. So, I mean, this panel is filled with some brilliant people, you know. How about you, Karen? Anything in particular?
Well, currently I don't use any, but pre-deal larceny is a serious issue that we haven't. Imagine coming up to your field and a whole field, an acre is gone, and that has been our experience. So the solar energy for the cameras is something we're definitely looking into. And there are some cameras where you could even talk. You could talk through it. So yeah, if someone is stealing, you could. Hey, yeah.
Move from my cassava.
Yeah, I don't know how effective it could be, but it's definitely something that we will be looking into.
Right.
For that purpose. But regards to the rest of the process of the farming and so we don't, not much energy goes into more labor, our own labor goes into the land. So.
Kwan, why you think, I mean, based on the answers thus far among the agripreneurs on the panel, why do you think this is so? And do you utilize any solar or anything on your farm at present right now as well?
Well, I'm in the process of organizing the solar panels because I am developing container homes at Kwan's Farm Destination. The point of Kwan's Farm Destination is for persons to be able to have an off-grid living experience, and definitely sustainable power and energy will be important for me. Having persons to understand that there are ways we can utilize our natural resources and turn it into sustainable power.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just to add to that and to take the conversation into another realm, two things I came upon this week. One, we're doing a community garden in Point 14, Lakeview, and we are utilizing the lily from the garden, the water lily, as mulch, as manure, and as fertilizer, right? The water lily. And so what I really want to dive into now is the power of sustainability, you know? And how do we find indigenous strategies, community-related strategies that is very cost-effective? You know, how do we open up the minds of the young people in the communities? Because, interesting enough, that there's a whole ton load of water lily there, and people don't know, people don't care. But what we have realized is from doing a little bit of research from it is that it's holding moisture. So even in this hole, honestly speaking, it's a very great tool to combat climate change. So on our beds, we are utilizing it in the community garden, and we are seeing the positive effects of the water lily. Then, I also saw, this is not local, international, where someone is using wool from sheep, right, to make fertilizer. The wool from the sheep. So very indigenous, very interesting, very cost-effective. And how do we then utilize indigenous things like that to be able to cause, but it's very futuristic as well. Futuristic in the sense that we are moving forward with it, and we have to, I mean, I'd probably tie it back to Akinola's piece there, bring back the old time days, because plenty of these things our ancestors may have used, the eggshells and whatnot, you know, to be able to help grow food in a more sustainable way. So I kind of want to throw it out to the panel then. Have you all, you know, been seeing any trends with such things, utilizing anything like that at your agribusiness? You know, Mr. Escalante, have you been, you know, seen anything as well of such within your scope of work?
Actually, no, I haven't seen anything. Okay. No, it's all interesting.
Right. Yeah. But go ahead, Nikita.
Well, for us, we kind of network with a lot of people. So we have one person that does biochar locally. So biochar is essentially charcoal, activated charcoal, which was originally seen in agriculture in Brazil. So soil typically needs a certain level of carbon to support microbial life, right? So that biochar, when it's added to the soil, it provides, it has a lot of channels, and those channels help the soil hold moisture, help provide a home for microbial life, and that then sustains growth. But it takes extremely long to break down. So even now, when I have sweet potatoes, so I do sweet potatoes in a barrel. With this time of year, you add your biochar, add all your other stuff, so I would use natural fertilizers like my worm compost and that kind of stuff. I have never watered that ever. Even in the dry season, I probably won't need to water it because it holds moisture very well. So, and that you could get essentially from waste product from your lumber industry. They basically burn it with limited oxygen, which is something we can use as a renewable resource, taking a waste product and using it in agriculture. And then, of course, with the vermiculture, which is worm composting, it's our natural worms. So one of the types of earthworms that we have locally, the African nightcrawler, is a very good decomposer. People will sometimes want to buy worms, and worms, a couple $100 you could get worms, but it's like, leave a pile of manure there long enough, and they'll show up, right? So those are things that we can do, and you could do in a small enough scale that most people can do at home, right? Or implement at home.
Yeah, okay, nice. Karen?
Yeah, what we have done in the earlies, we will experience spoilage in the market side of things, delivering goods and so on. Sometimes you buy stuff, sometimes things don't sell quickly enough. You have spoilage on your hand. In the earlies, we would just discard of that. Then we started compost. When I actually met Nikita at a program before by YBTT, and during there, we learned more about composting and so on. So we started using the compost into our productivity with crops. And a big issue is when we would clear land. There's a habit of people clearing the land and they just burning all of that. So what we started doing is using it as mulch, actually. So we would save some, store some, and we'd use that in mulching. So in that regard, we recycle the stuff that we use.
Okay, nice. Kwan?
Well, I've seen cotton production being used as mulch as well too. I do see it locally in Trinidad and Tobago. I can't even recall when the last time I saw a cotton tree, but I see it as a great potential for a young person to do some research on cottons and add its organic other fertilizers, like, for instance, the cow manure or the compost into the cotton. So you could have something like a tea bag for plants. You know, we're giving ideas here for you. Try to take advantage of these opportunities. What about if you just have to put a tea bag at the side of your plant, from a cotton plant itself, using the cotton, and you have organic fertilizers like the cow manure, compost, and calcium from eggshells in that cotton bag. You know, so it's something for young persons to explore and learn of different systems you could utilize to improve productivity in the sector.
Okay, great. Now, at this point in time, I think we may have about 5 to 10 more minutes. I want to, you know, get a little bit into the audience and invite, if there's any burning questions, you know, maybe we might take about 2 or 3 from the audience for any specific member of the panel. And make your question short and concise if there's anybody. I see a hand raised in there. Do we have a mic on the ground? Yeah? All right.
Hello. Yes,
Yes,
good morning to the panel, to everyone.
Morning.
I just wanted to ask if you, as being in the agri-business, think there's enough emphasis being placed on hydroponics to bridge the gap from traditional gardening. Seeing the situation with flooding and stuff, normally that stems to hike the prices in food. And hydroponics being above land level both times, I think it could be an option to prevent gardeners losing all their produce.
Yeah. Any specific person you want to answer that? Or?
All who deals with the mass production of food.
Anybody want to take it?
Well, with the hydroponics, he is correct. With the hydroponics, you could stack. You could definitely stack. You get more space. You get to use more
vertical.
Yeah, vertically. You have vertical, and you utilize more on space as compared to with traditional farming. Me personally, I prefer traditional farming. Reason being, a tomato, right, one tomato has about 87 plus nutrients in it, in one tomato. That amount of nutrients, a good bit comes from the soil alone. When you do the hydroponics, you have to get all these different chemicals to mix in the water to get, and the certain amount you need to mix and so on. It gets very technical, and we see internationally the product, the end produce of it may not always be healthy. It's really for mass production. We see lettuce look like plastic. We see some tomatoes big in no space of time, and that can be right. It can be healthy, and we know that in some of these cases they're not doing everything that they're supposed to do to get that. So I prefer but he is right in terms of sacking, and for space, definitely.
Any opposing opinions?
No, I just want to add that with the hydroponics, you can just put your solar panel, some batteries, and run the pump and circulate the nutrients, okay? So ideal for renewables. Yeah.
So I have seen people do maybe up to an acre of hydroponics. And I know of one person that does lettuce. They do a pretty good job. They supply to Massey. So there are people doing hydroponics. It just isn't my particular focus, but I see it as an industry, and people are doing it. I think it may be harder for a conventional farmer to switch from what they're currently doing to a hydroponic system, though, because that access to capital to scale up, and then also the knowledge and the time it would take for them to learn what would be a new skill to them, you might get some resistance. But most people I see doing hydroponics are very new, completely new to agriculture and just starting from scratch.
All right, let's take another question.
Yes, good day, everyone. My name is Carrie-Ann Alexander, and I'm a farmer. I'm actually a registered farmer here in Trinidad. I don't know if any of the panelists can answer the questions. I was really hoping to see someone from CLICO, because I have questions at CLICO. And maybe I would not get them answered now, but I definitely wanted to ask. I want to be careful with my words. How much financial stamina they have with farmers. The reason why I'm asking that is because for those of us who are into farming, we know that it's a very, very volatile area. It's an area that has, a lot of trials and errors, and we heard the gentleman talk about some of the issues that farmers face as the flooding and so on. My experience with financing in Trinidad is that when you run into a jam, that's when you get dropped. So, that is something, I'm not sure if a person can answer now, but that's one thing. The next thing is, I wanted to highlight being realistic to the new persons getting into the industry as to the challenges that they would face, and being able to have their own stamina with these struggles and being able to rise to the occasion after the challenge, because of the nature of this area. Now, I'm hearing two sort of conversations happening, of course, and I had to, kind of compartmentalize, because one is CLICO that has their age range for youth, and then the Ministry of Youth that has their age range for youth. All right? I don't know if anybody picked up on that, but I am a detailed person, so yeah.
Yeah, well, different organizations will have different
right.
Yeah, but
so
in terms of the CLICO question, I think you're in the audience, you're in the room today. CLICO persons are all over here, so you're in the right place. But none of the panelists will be able to answer a specific question like that. So I think you definitely speak to our CLICO rep after, during lunch, during our breakout session, etc.
But the person sharing their challenges, I know Kwan spoke about where he started. It is really nice to tell your success story, as he said, but when it comes to the challenges and what you're faced with in the farming sector, I think it's something that really needs to be highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So, yeah, you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then we'll take the ream.
So, what? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
So I'll say, yes, agriculture is very challenging. It is difficult. There are easier ways to make money. Sometimes I do remember, like when I started beekeeping and I talked to people about beekeeping, people would look at me like, are you just trying for me to not get into the industry because you want this whole industry for yourself? As opposed to, no, it's really hard. I would say even for me, the first time when I started the business, I borrowed a suit to do the course with the Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture, it was a free course. But a suit is $1,500, and then somebody wanted a hive moved out of a ceiling. So I hired a guy. We got the job done for $3,000. I took the $1,500 and I bought my first suit, right? There have been times where I didn't have money, crying at the side of the road because the car overheating, waiting on this loan that I applied for to come through, and it is hard. So if you are borrowing money, borrow as much as you possibly can, borrow as much as the lending institution will give you, and try to have at least 3 months expenses. For agriculture, it may be a little bit longer. And getting financing is difficult.
Yeah.
It is difficult.
Yeah.
I want to add something.
Yeah, if you got something quickly,
Yeah,
I'll take one more and then we wrap it up.
More recently, in my business, the energy field, efficiency and renewables, one of the problems is getting the local banks, right, to provide guarantee, to give you that debt financing, right? But there's something called the CARICOM Development Fund that we just started off this year, but they've been around for a while. And they provide credit. They have a facility called the Risk Abatement Facility, right, where they give credit guarantees to the banks. So they're now talking to local banks. They already onboarded Belize, Grenada, St. Lucia, and they're dealing with Trinidad banks now, where they will give credit guarantees, right, for the bank. So the bank will feel more at ease, because normally the bank, you buy a house, you buy a car, they want collateral, right? But if you buy efficiency, solar PV panels, or you buy whatever, right, the bank will say, what happens, you know? But this Caribbean CARICOM Development Fund will give credit guarantees to the bank, who will more at ease to lend you the equipment, right, to buy good stuff. That's something that's coming now, which is very good.
Thank you so much. Last question from the room, and then we will let's ask the panel to do some quick last sentiments, and then we'll close it out.
Okay, good morning. Interesting panel discussion. My name is Durham Jeffrey for Mr. Escalante. I know you said that there aren't much jobs in the sustainability realm of things, but for me, I always believe you don't just add sustainability to your business, you make sustainability your business, where you assist companies in achieving their environmental KPIs and ESGs. Do you think there is room for entrepreneurship in assisting companies to be sustainable? Is there that big demand where you become a solar panel company or whatever it is, or offering that level of consultation? Could that be a field, an entrepreneurial field that you think you should get into, or there's not much demand for it right now?
No, there wasn't much. What I said was before, there was not, the environment wasn't demand free, but now it's best I've ever seen. And I'm in it for 25 years. Okay, so I'm seeing potential for it right now. You have the rate increase in Trinidad. You have the CARICOM Islands paying a ton of money, 6 times what we pay in, right? You have the CARICOM Development Fund putting credit guarantees to the bank, so you can get loans, right? So more and more now is seen. They have SBCS doing the training on solar, the training facilities, UTT, UV. So now is a good time. So now the best time is now to get into it. Yeah, now's the time. Yeah.
Right, so at this time, literally closing off now, and let's invite each member of the panel to give you final closing remarks in 1, 2 or 2 sentences, you know, and what I think the audience should look forward in taking away from this panel discussion, but definitely what can they do? What can they do moving forward? So let's start from Kwan and come up.
You are responsible for the future as of now and harvesting the future. You have to ask yourself, what type of harvest do you want? Do you want a bountiful, high-yielding, grade A product harvest? or do I want to harvest reject? And what do you need to do is to learn, adapt, and bring innovation in whatever field that you may be interested in. And if you are interested in agriculture, feel free to reach out to Quan's Farm. I'm on social media. Feel free to reach out to me. I'll provide you with some guidance. And I have a podcast coming up where I'll be sharing much more information and insights on agriculture in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
I would like to say to upcoming entrepreneurs to be persistent. There will be challenges. There are always challenges. Be persistent. Have confidence in yourself and speak life into yourself and into your projects. You say things, this is what is going to happen. You say it, you think it, and it's going to happen. This morning, I was here at 8 o'clock in the morning, jumped out of the car, my whole heel fell off. But I was here early enough. I was prepared. I was able to go home and come back. I live Shogunas. So be prepared, be persistent, and adapt and change.
And be early.
Yeah.
That's a very powerful one there, you know. Nikita?
I think the most important thing you're going to have to do as an entrepreneur is find your product market fit. Whatever business you decide to do, whatever product or service you provide, you have to find the correct audience that is willing to pay you for that product or service.
Beautiful.
And that is the most important thing. Once you have that, you're off to the races.
Beautiful. Thank you. Mr. Escalante?
Yeah, and as I said before, there's a lot of opportunity for renewable energy and sustainability in the agriculture field, and with organizations like CLICO Credit Union about helping you all, then you're in a good position.
All right. And my final words is, the soil is the new oil, and the grass is the new gas. And if all you know that, then all you play in the, don't say it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I want to thank my fellow panelists for being here and sharing their insights, sharing their experiences. I think we are on our way to creating a better energy, TREE sector, and a better agricultural sector. And I would definitely want to thank CLICO Credit Union, you know, for being able to walk the walk and not just talk the talk, and have us here today to deliver this panel and all the panels that are about to come. You know, I hope all it could be this one, but let me see how it goes. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panelists in the first conversation of the morning. Before you all leave, I just want to invite you all to take a picture. I know that people have to run off one thing at a time, so we're just going to use the opportunity to everybody just gather in the center, and we'll take a quick panel picture. Yeah, the cameraman straight ahead. And then I would like to invite President of the CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Ashraff Ali, alongside CEO of the CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Holland Bronté Tinkew, and, of course, Mrs. Maritza Da Silva, the Senior Manager of Business Development and Marketing. So join the panel on stage. They're going to come join you guys to take another picture. So just stay in place for me. Let's just do this part quickly. And get the formalities out the way. Ladies and gentlemen, your panelists in the first conversation of the morning, moderated by Alpha Senon, included Andre Escalante, Nikita Legal, Karen Modest, and Mr. Laquan Perry. Can we give them one nice big round of applause again? All right, guys. Now, that was the formal pictures. Now you have to have a fun one too, right? You ready? On 3, everybody say CLICO. 1, 2, 3. You have to move your hands and think, oh gosh, boy, this is supposed to be a youthpreneurship conference. Let me go again. One more time. 1, 2, 3. That's what we're talking about. Give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful. Now, as we get ready for our second panel discussion of the morning, this one is about navigating intergenerational career expectations. And this one is a very, very unique and special one because, of course, you would have gotten a lot of information just now. And I heard them mention several times, you know, looking to the bank for the solution when it comes to a loan. But I want you to remember that we're actually here with CLICO Credit Union, and you can look to them if you want to get your loan opportunities, especially because they have nice packages for entrepreneurs as well, yeah? So you can look into it and speak to them more about it. You have representatives, and, of course, we have the exhibition coming up in a bit. Moderating our second panel this morning is Mr. David Roberts. David Roberts is a dedicated management professional with close to two decades of executive experience in the public and private sectors. David is a graduate of the Arthur Lockjack Global School of Business with a master's degree in business administration with a specialization in entrepreneurship and innovation. In his current role as Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Sport, Community Development, he provides leadership for the execution of government policies in the areas of sport, mediation, and sustainable community development. He has previously served as the Deputy Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, and he's also served as the Chief Executive Officer of TTT Limited. A game-changer, critical thinker, and competent communicator, Mr. Roberts continues to make significant strides, applying his knowledge and expertise in the areas of social entrepreneurship, business development, and executive leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. David Roberts. You know, speaking of the topic of navigating intergenerational career expectations, I just want to point out, right? When I first met Mr. Roberts, he was a DJ. And to go on to accumulate all of these other things afterwards and still be able to be such a great communicator, I think what matters in this life is the journey that you take. It doesn't matter where you start, it matters where you end up. It matters the journey that you take. So David Roberts, ladies and gentlemen. Our first panelist, Cavell Joseph St. Omer. She's a globally recognized human resources executive with over 20 years of experience, known for effectively balancing big picture thinking with hands-on execution. Her passion lies in providing HR solutions, building HR infrastructure through technology, compliance, and people support for colleagues and for clients. As the first president of the Caribbean Institute for Human Resource Management, registered in Jamaica, she spearheads human capital development initiatives across the region. Cavell is a member of various boards and committees, including the National Training Agency and the Arthur Lockjack Graduate School of Business Alumni Board. Throughout her career, she's been an advocate for gender parity, championing policies and laws to empower women and girls. She actively promotes workplace childcare solutions and works towards abolishing child marriage and implementing sexual harassment legislation and workplace codes of conduct in Trinidad and Tobago. Cavell's accolades includes being recognized as one of the top 100 global HR professionals by the World HRD Congress. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Cavell Joseph St. Omer. Up next, I want to introduce Kwesi Moore. Kwesi Moore is a young budding economist and possesses a bachelor's degree in economics with a minor in management studies from the University of the West Indies in St. Augustine. Now, his professional background includes many roles and responsibilities within telecommunications, wastewater management, and more recently within the credit union movement. Kwesi has operated at various levels and capacities in these fields, including data analytics, inventory management, and general administration. His last role saw him as a consultant with the Central Financial Facility, contributing to a myriad of projects and activities in the accounts department, project management unit, and in communications and business development. Now, one of the most interesting things for me is that in the last few months, Kwesi was a part of a project that launched an operationalization of the Credit Union Green Initiative, which is piloted by the CFF, which saw credit unions leading the way to bring financing for energy-efficient products, appliances, vehicles, housing, etc., to the membership of select credit unions. Now, apart from this, Kwesi is also deeply rooted in culture, as he's been a member of the renowned Desperado Steel Orchestra for the last 13 years. Not only was he a sectional leader, but a financial officer and treasurer, and he was also responsible for pivoting from just being a steel band to being a company, and he actually was part of that change that happened. Kwesi's service to community is also displayed through his membership in the prolific Lydian Singers, specifically as a member of the Lydian Steel. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage this morning Mr. Kwesi Moore. Up next, we welcome Rukaya Scott. Rukaya is a public policy and international development professional with growing experience in public sector reform, state modernization, and citizen security. With academic pursuits in economics, development statistics, and international trade, coupled with her passion for social justice, Her work has expanded beyond the shores of Trinidad and Tobago to the wider Caribbean community within the public and private sectors. Committed to civic engagement, she has held leadership roles in numerous youth organizations. Rukaya believes that development economics can be a powerful tool for addressing societal challenges and is dedicated to creating positive change and promoting the representation of young people within all decision-making spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, Rukaya Scott. Up next, I welcome to the stage Adisia Ori. She's an aspiring human resource and business professional with a strong academic foundation and hands-on experience in the financial services sector. She is set to graduate this year with a Master of Human Resource Management from the Arthur Lockjack Global School of Business and holds a Bachelor of Science in Psychology from the University of the West Indies. Adisia has a keen interest in employee engagement and driving organizational success through strategic HR initiatives. Over the past 5 years, she's held various roles where she has gained experience in recruitment, employee relations, and administrative processes. She consistently demonstrates a passion for fostering positive work environments and has actively participated in the Staff Appreciation Committee in her current role, as well as the Team's Activities Committee in her previous position. Beyond professional responsibilities, Adisia is a member of the HR Management Association of Trinidad and Tobago, where she serves on several committees and has been a part of the Power to Make a Difference initiatives. She's committed to continuous learning and community involvement to contribute to the betterment of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, Adisia Ori. And with that, I'd like to welcome our second panel discussion of the morning, Navigating Intergenerational Career Expectations. I hand over now to moderator, Mr. David Roberts.
Thank you very much, Raucus. If you're from my generation, most likely your parents would have encouraged you to get a good government job. And I know for me, my personal experience, it was so strange for my parents, particularly my father, who retired from the job that he went to. So he retired from his first job. Every time I changed jobs, he would want to know why and why am I leaving and what is wrong. And I would say nothing is wrong, just looking for a new experience. Because of various factors, we are seeing significant changes in terms of career paths, in terms of expectations in the workplace. So this conversation is very timely since traditional norms are being challenged and being turned upside down. Because young people now have the ability to stay right here in Trinidad and Tobago and have global enterprises through the use of technology and also with networking. We have this morning a very diverse panel who would allow us to have a very hearty discussion about navigating intergenerational career expectations. I have some questions that I'll pose to each of the panelists and allow them to respond concisely. And then we'll provide an opportunity for you to ask any questions that you may have, which I also ask you to please ask very concisely, and they will respond, and then we'll do some closing remarks. I want to begin with Cavell. And my question to you is, as a leader in HR, how have you seen workplace expectations evolve, particularly in terms of work-life balance, which is a very popular topic, and how can companies adapt their policies to meet these changing demands?
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. You're hearing me, right? Yes. All right. David set the tone quite nicely at the beginning, because we live in a time where, first time in human history, we have 5 generations in the workspace. We are from the silent generation coming up to the Generation Zs, and the Alphas preparing to enter. So for those of you who had internships this year in your organizations, that's the next generation that will be coming in. So we may perhaps have 6 in the workspace. That in itself causes us to look and view life very differently. 6 generations all have different perspectives on what work should look like and what they consider to be priorities for them. So what we have seen within recent times, especially for those of us actively involved in our respective organizations, is that each generation view the world of work very differently. And therefore, their expectations also differ. What they expect from their employers and what employers expect of them sometimes are at conflict, right? So work-life balance. We see, especially coming out from the pandemic, a focus on mental health and well-being. And the younger generation certainly will appreciate employers who have systems in place and would respect the fact that perhaps support is necessary from time to time when life challenges them, because life challenges you from time to time. We don't always have it together. And we would want our employers to have systems and even policies in place to help us navigate when mental health challenges arise, and also that will allow us to focus on our well-being. Employees today also want boundaries. So no longer do they want you calling them 24/7. And therefore, at some point in time, work ends and life begins. The other things that matter to them begins. And therefore, that boundaries and establishing those boundaries matter. We also want flexibility, and I say we, like if I'm part of this generation. But there is a need for flexibility in the workspace as well. I call it a cafeteria of offerings. Recognizing in HR, we hold a lot of data, a lot. And if we were to use that data for the purpose of decision-making and advise the presidents of CLICO and the CEOs in the room, wisely, we could develop policies and systems that will accommodate the different needs in the organization, because the data actually resides there. So when an employee enters into the workspace, I call it a cheat sheet. We sit with that person and we ask them questions about themselves, whether they have hobbies, whether they have pets, what are their interests outside of why we're hiring them. And that will allow us to have data to now develop policies and guidelines that would allow for some measure of flexibility. And the next generation, or this younger generation, want job security. Now they are not going to work like your dad and retire from the same organization. So my organization recently had some staff awards, and I sat there, and when we got to the 20s, I'm like, 20 years in one company. Yeah. I cannot fathom it for myself.
That's wild.
And you certainly, the young people out there, not staying in any company for 20 years. Yeah. But your father and grandfathers would have done that. But job security and job satisfaction does matter to them. They want to know that when hired, there is some level of stability, that there is the assurance at the end of the month you will be paid for the work that you've done, that you are contributing meaningfully, companies that offer meaningful work, not hiring someone to just file and to do all the tasks that nobody wants to do in the company. So meaningful work, companies that make a difference, that are environmentally friendly, that not abusing animals in the development of their goods or services, things like that. So that job satisfaction and feeling like you're making a difference and that your voice matters, those are some of the things. And of course, good, clear communication and guidelines. So we shouldn't be unclear about what you want or what you expect of me and vice versa. So I will start with that, I know. I'll lay it right there for now.
Thank you very much, Gachelle. And I think the most instructive thing of all that you've said is the fact that you see yourself as one with the persons you're developing the policies for. The we was very instructive.
I think I'm personally confused. I'm a Generation X.
Right.
People think I'm a millennial, but I'm not.
Right.
And, but I do have attributes of the baby boomers, where we worked, and I'm saying we, I'm not a baby boomer, but baby boomers worked long hours. A lot of you not sitting down in any company office for 10 and 12 hours. I comfortably do it because I forget what time it is. Right. And then I'm apologizing to my husband when I get home because I'm so passionate about what I do, but not this generation, not going to sit down for 10 and 12 hours. They want to come and pursue their entrepreneurial pursuits at the end of the day and want some flexibility to do that as well.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that, Gachelle. Yeah. Kwesi, I'll come right to you. Drawing on your experiences across the corporate and cultural sectors, how do you see the concept of the traditional career path changing with an unorthodox background, and what factors do you think are contributing to that shift?
Sure. Well, I want to pull from my experience in economics as well, where there are several schools of thought, and just stay with me for 1 second. And one of those main schools of thought would be the traditional or classical view, which speaks about the invisible hand. And the invisible hand is said to correct the economy by itself. Don't interfere with it. Don't intervene. Government intervention is not required. It will correct itself back to where it needs to be. And I say that also against the context, because I'm a pan man at heart, of what Mr. Senon would have performed earlier, bring back the old time days. My grandparents, great-grandparents, would have valued the traditional stay with one company for 40 years, 35 years, and we've since developed to, or evolved rather, to persons pursuing that entrepreneurial background. I think we're at a unique place right now where young persons require that stability that you referred to. They do pursue a 9-to-5, but the entrepreneurship comes after the 5 o'clock. And the 9-to-5 job acts as a buffer. It acts as a contributor and their main source of capital in the beginning stages for their 5 to whatever period they decide to work. And in terms of the why, I saw a graphic on Facebook, or for the younger people, IG, which spoke about the different earning capacities of various jobs that they have in the market. And you'd start with a clerical person, and the graph starts off like this, and then you move on to middle management, CEO, doctors, lawyers, and it gets bigger. But when you reach the entrepreneur part of it, it's never ending. It goes beyond the graphic, if there's such a thing, meaning the potential is limitless when you're an entrepreneur. But CLICO Credit Union referred to it or alluded to it earlier, where they will try to provide funding. I know when we spoke about the agriculture sector earlier, we spoke about all the grants and stuff that are available, but sometimes those things are a bit prohibitive to access. There are a lot of requirements that you need to have in place, and young entrepreneurs may not have that at the point in time, so the 9-to-5 offers that source of capital and stability to grow that 5 to whatever time business that you decide to build. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Kwesi.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to come to you. And we now want to expand the conversation a bit and draw from your regional experience. Based on your experience throughout the Caribbean, how do career expectations and opportunities for young professionals vary across the region, and what lessons do you think Trinidad and Tobago can learn from what you've seen?
I think from my experience, I've noticed that across the region, there are a lot more young people in the workforce in positions that, we dream of having at a very young age, and we usually hear that, okay, well, you need to work a certain amount of years before you can hold that position. And I think when we look at different sectors, so for example, you look at sports and you look at Jamaica, I mean, I don't have to say it, right? When you look at the tourism sector in Barbados, in Dominica, in St. Lucia, you see a lot of young people that are employed in these sectors and gainfully employed in perhaps maybe things that they would have been dreaming of, right? But with that being said, I don't necessarily think it's lessons that Trinidad and Tobago has to learn because, and to our credit, I think Trinidad and Tobago is seen as very up there in the Caribbean in terms of opportunity for young people. I mean, when you walk onto the University of the West Indies campus, you see how many regional students come to Trinidad and Tobago so that they can be part of our education fabric, so that they could become part of our workforce, because there are lots of opportunities. I mean, we sat here all morning and we heard of, the programs that the Ministry of Youth and National Service has, and that's just one ministry, but there are a lot of opportunities that are coming up for young people that you can really, truly take advantage of and be in the positions that you want to be. And I think I must take an opportunity here to mention the Ministry of Digital Transformation as well, because that's an area that we're talking about now in terms of young people gaining those digital skills to be able to survive in a workforce, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but internationally, where digital skills are becoming almost mandatory, right? It's giving us space for our young developers, our software engineers, etc., a real chance to succeed in that way. I think even internationally, when you look at Caribbean people internationally, we go out there and we completely soar and excel. And I think it speaks to not just the opportunities and the standard of education and training we have here, but it also speaks to the passion and the interest of Caribbean people to really make it. So I think I'm not sure what Trinidad and Tobago has to learn. Maybe, yes, we can focus on the niche areas a little bit more, but I think there is work being done in that space, especially with digital transformation, especially with agriculture. There's work that's being done, and I'm pretty sure if we stay on this path and we pay more focus, we will definitely be where it is we need to be in terms of developing sectors and becoming counterparts with our Caribbean neighbors and counterparts with the international community.
Thank you very much for that. I'll go to Adicia. With your background in psychology, a very significant issue for young people is mental health. You'll hear about mental health breaks, or I stopped talking to this person because they were no longer good for my mental health. What can organizations do to support the mental health of young professionals, in your view?
Okay, good morning, and thanks for having me. I think what has become very apparent is the mental health crisis, not necessarily crisis, but awareness that needs to be done in Trinidad. And in the workspace, there is a lot around the organizational culture that any company can contribute towards. So I think the first thing is ensuring the work-life balance. Cavell brought it up, coming out of COVID, there was a lot of consciousness as to how many hours we spend at work versus how many hours we actually spend with our family, friends, doing the things that we like. So I think within any company, what could be prioritized, sometimes you just have to take your breaks. What it is, you go outside, 10 minutes, take a breather, come back in. I know there's a trend where persons are now being encouraged to take all of their days. There shouldn't necessarily be the rollover days, because why are you working every single day? I mean, it's different if you're an entrepreneur. I don't think the work ever stops then. But I also think that when it comes to the culture, there should be wellness initiatives. There should be training. There are different generations in the workplace right now. And with the older generation, there tends to be the notion that if you are depressed, oh, well, she's mad. That is how it is looked at. But it comes down to having these sessions, communicating so that you're able to bridge the gap that exists. So while you have like the late millennials who are very much aware of mental health and the challenges, you may have the boomers who don't necessarily see it that way, and especially in Trinidad and Tobago, where there are certain stigmas around it. We really have to move away from that and move into the awareness of it. And I think that what companies can do as well is promote the wellness initiatives, team building, collaborations. Often you hear persons say, okay, I may not like my job, but the persons at work, they make it okay, they make the day bearable. Sometimes you're having a rough day. Call your friend, talk to your work friend, your work bestie, and you get it out. So I think there's also that power in the collaborative effort and having the support at work as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. At this point, I'd like to open up for any questions that anyone may have for the panel. Please state your name and the member of the panel that you're directing the question to. I'm seeing Shem with the question.
Hello everyone. Hi, my name is Shem Williams. I was an electrical engineer for 7 years, 7 months, 7 days before I quit to do photography. So my question to the panel is, what is the position or the power of passion in navigating intergenerational career and entrepreneurial expectations?
Can I take this one?
Sure.
I love that question because it brings me back to an experience I had at one of my first major jobs that was not an internship, right? And I remember it was within my field. I mean, thankfully, most of the jobs that I've held has been within my field. And I believe it was like that because I was so obsessively passionate about what it is I wanted to do. And I remember when I started that job, I came in all bright-eyed and I was very excited and passionate. And I remember, superiors would be like, yeah, that will die down in 2 months. Yeah, that will die down in 2 months, right? And those persons, I believe, would have fell into a state of complacency within their jobs, being there for 20 odd years, but also to a point where, you know, they may not have been getting certain opportunities. And within my 5th and 6th month, I started getting so many opportunities from being in that job because of my crazy passion for being there and not giving up on it. Because at the end of the day, I know that this is actually what I want to do. And I want to excel in this area. And to excel in that area, I need to keep this passion alive. So if the work is not feeding me that passion, I need to find somewhere else or something to feed that passion. And I think that passion led me from my first job to the job that I have now, which is, again, a space that I really, really wanted to be in, that I dreamed of being in. And it really and truly only is because of passion and hard work. And it's only because that passion I continuously try to nourish every single day. And it's in the little things. Sometimes the task may be not what you want to do. So the task I don't like doing administrative things only because I find it a bit annoying. That's me personally. Right? But sometimes you have to find joy in those things, because sometimes you might be dealing with logging. So I work within the citizen security division, right? So we're talking about crime and violence, public safety and justice. And sometimes in the recording of certain administrative data, I am learning about the different types of criminal acts that are committed daily in this country that I may not have access to if somebody were to just summarize it for me in a little pie chart. But because I'm doing that task and because I'm passionate about wanting to learn, it helps me and it makes me better. So for all of the young people in the room, find that passion. And if you don't know what it is right now, do things, volunteer and get your hands dirty, get your feet wet, and really try and figure out what is it that I like and what is it that I want to do, because it's going to take you to places where those who may not be that passionate and are just doing it for a paycheck, it will be able to take you far beyond that and to transcend you from the world of work even into entrepreneurship, if that's your wish.
Thank you very much.
I want to add one thing. And just to add an additional point, is Shem, right? Passion also gets you noticed.
Correct.
So you may be in a large organization or a small one, but because you're so, again, passionate, I know the word is repetitive, we're using it, but because you're so passionate, and that often shows up in you volunteering, being active, offering to do the extra. That is what it looks like. It gets you noticed by the leaders in the organization. And I could tell you, as a decision maker in my organization, when I have to recommend someone for an opportunity, it will be that passionate person that will come to mind. So you would get opportunities as a consequence of it. And sometimes, as a young professional, you may see giving, and we have to understand you have to give first before the receiving part comes. So you may be giving a lot of yourself and thinking, oh, nobody's noticing me, nobody's acknowledging or recognizing me, and this thing about recognition and appreciation comes up so often. And you never know who's paying attention to you and looking at your longevity and whether or not you're actually committed or you're just doing it because it's a short-term spurt of energy, as Rakaya is saying. And once you could demonstrate that longevity, trust me, decision makers will always have you at the forefront of their minds, and opportunities will come your way. So I want you to understand that as well. Once you're in the right organization, because sometimes we do have to admit, we do have some organizations that are a bit toxic, right? But if you're in the right space, in the right organizations with leaders who are paying attention and genuinely interested in the people in that organization, you are going to be rewarded accordingly. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Thanks a lot. Yeah. Thanks a lot for that. Are there any other questions?
Yes, I have a question. Okay. So, Mrs. Cavell, I agree with what you were saying earlier about young people putting an emphasis on mental health and boundaries and job stability as well. But do you think having so many, I would say, requirements or standards could work negatively against us, because there may be employers who think that they would rather employ somebody who doesn't really care that much about boundaries and willing to work past 5 5 o'clock or whatever time they're supposed to. So do you think they might prefer people who could give their all to a job and answering phone calls in the night? Do you think that they would prefer people like that?
Like I said this much, as I started off saying, with conflict in the workspace, employers' expectations and your expectations sometimes differ. So you want boundaries, employers want 24/7 access. You want access to mental health and well-being. We want you to be productive and demonstrate commitment. And if you need time off to rest and relax, it may mean that you're not productive. Those are actual conflicts that exist. But again, the data, let me tell you, data is a hell of a thing. When your burnout shows up in sick days, it shows up in medical issues and the amount of processing we have to do in HR for claims through the medical insurance plans that we have, it tells you something. When that data shows up and my EAP service provider could say to me, your access to EAP has doubled in the last couple of months. The data is there, and that is what people don't understand. It turns up in that way, and it signals to an employee who's paying attention. Now, not every HR is Cabell, right? We pay attention to what the data is showing, and then, as a consequence, policies, that thing about telling you have to take your vacation days, and I included in my monthly report now, data on how much leave balance we have on a monthly basis and the value of it as well too. So that now managers have to make sure employees go on their vacation days. We have to create policies that support, because what will it benefit me having a burnout staffing population that cannot produce, that are ill, right, suffering with mental health issues? It does not benefit an employer having a workforce like that. So it means, therefore, we have to use the data to reshape the culture, the workspace, the environment, and create a harmonious environment so that you can produce and also take care of yourself at the same time. So it's not going to be a deterrent to a good employer. Let me put it that way. A good employer will value the diverse opinions that exist in your organization and would use the data that you are providing just by saying to us that you need this time. That is data capture right there, and we will therefore shape our policies accordingly. So if you're in a space where they're not paying attention to what you're saying, then you're in the wrong space. That's what I will say. Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much. I would want to allow the panelists just to provide some closing remarks, and I'll start with you, Adisa.
Just want to go on what it is Cabell said just now, but I think that, moving forward as the world of work continues to evolve, I hope that there's a better emphasis on mental health and employees having that work-life balance so that we could all meaningfully contribute.
Thank you very much. Ruqaiya?
I have 3 very short statements. The first one is for the young people in the room: stand your boundaries. If you do not want to be called after 5 p.m., you don't want to be called after 5 p.m. Setting your boundaries make people respect you. And if you think that, okay, maybe I could do a little wiggle room, they're just going to take advantage of your boundaries, especially in an intergenerational space. So that's the first one. Set your boundaries. 2, connect your work to a passion. So at least you will enjoy your 9 to 5. Yeah, so those 2, actually, I can't remember the third one. So yeah, I'll just leave you those 2 things. The third one, hunt, switch jobs, don't stay too long. The data is showing now that the most successful people are those who switch their jobs every couple of years. I'm not saying every 5 months go and jump out. I'm also not telling you to switch your job every year, because you also need to be able to develop your skill. And I'm also not telling you to switch careers completely every 2 years. But look around. There's a lot of opportunity. As CARICOM nationals, we have the ability to move freely across the region as well. There are opportunities there, and there are opportunities internationally. So 1, stand your boundaries. 2, job hunt and switch your jobs. And 3, connect your work to some sort of passion.
Thank you very much. Kwesi?
I would just want to separate a bit, because I am passionate about one thing, but I work somewhere else, right? So somehow I'm good at economics. Okay, cool, thank God for that. But my passion is in music and in the arts and in community. And because of that passion, I've been able to commit and recommit and double down on the things that I do there, even to my detriment sometimes. Things that would, make me feel ill. I've had my life threatened, things like that. Don't be afraid. But I love it so much that people saw my work ethic, my commitment to the thing that I'm passionate about. And through that, I was actually able to get jobs. So the thing that I'm passionate about is voluntary. I meant to say that as well. I don't get paid for it one bit. But it's through that work ethic, that commitment, people seeing the value that you bring to the organization, that they were able to refer me to a paying job that pays well in the field of economics and things like that. So it's very important to continue feeding your passion. You never know who's looking at you. Right?
I like where, I'll start where he ended. So there's some tips, and it's for the young, since he focuses on youth this morning. One would be volunteer. Do not discount the power of volunteerism. I've been a volunteer since I stepped out of school, and I've continued up to today. I spend actually too much of my time volunteering, I think now. So I have a bit of an imbalance happening. But volunteerism allows you to also contribute to social causes that don't necessarily have the kind of financial resourcing or attention from the private sector nor the public sector sometimes. So you get to do something a bit more meaningful and make a real difference in life. But not only that, you develop skills. So you may be in a job that doesn't require you to be a leader. And I'm listening to Rakaya, and she's talking about, setting your boundaries and all of that. But sometimes you don't have that, what should I say? You don't have that power right now to set that boundary sometimes with an employer. But somewhere else, you could develop those skills and leadership skills that you don't necessarily get to do in your current job, that will allow you to prepare for the next role that lies ahead. And I could tell you, it's because of my volunteerism, I was able to enter into a managerial role. That whole thing about experience that you hear when you sometimes go to an interview. And the experience that we're talking about is not necessarily from the workspace. That's why sports matter and volunteerism matter. You get those skills somewhere else sometimes. That's one. Two, find yourself a mentor or a coach, a business coach or a mentor. There are lots of people willing to work with young people, especially those who are ambitious and doing positive things. And therefore, you want to see that person succeed. At least that's me. I like to see people win in life. So therefore, I spend a lot of time mentoring young people and helping them navigate the world of work. It helps. Then also, professional associations. You need to be networking with people who are doing what you want to do. Be in spaces and associate yourself with people where you want to be. So sometimes I could tell you when I was young, first I was living in San Fernando, and I told myself there were 3 people I wanted to meet and I wanted to work with. Didn't know them, just used to see them on news and all of that. Lara Quantrell Thomas, Kester Nanku, right, was another one, and Hyson Guy. 3 people. And I worked with all 3 of them eventually. And I know Rakaya is a fan of Lara. Lara is the founder of AFET. I became the president of AFET. Hyson Guy, known, renowned in HR. Hyson Guy became my chair when I was on the Industrial Relations Advisory Committee. Right? And then Kester Nanku, who is the current chairman of the ECA, he happened to eventually be the chair of my HR committee when I was the manager of HR at NIPDEC. And God provided me the opportunity to work with the 3 persons. So let me tell you, write down the names of the leaders that you see today and tell yourself, I want to meet this person, I want to work with this person. And the universe finds a way for it to happen. Right? Get in the habits of writing down your goals and your aspirations, even if it may seem far-fetched, and continue to reflect on it every single day, right? And focus on the things that you're grateful for at the end of each day as well as you prepare for the next day. So that's my little tips at this point in time. I have some tips for employers, but we run out of time, right? But that's my tips for the youths because we focus on youths today.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cavell. And let me, Rockus is with us. We are late. Let me pick up where you left off, and let me share two very quick personal examples. To your point about volunteerism, firstly, my first formal job in entrepreneurial development, which was at NEDCO, I was able to demonstrate to them that I was willing to do this thing for free, and that's what I said to them. I said, my resume shows I've been doing this for free. Imagine if you pay me. I had no formal experience in entrepreneurial development, but I'd worked with many different NGOs providing entrepreneurial development support. Rokas said it earlier that I was a DJ. That particular skill set and understanding of that sector, having been on Slam 100.5 FM, again served me in very good stead when I became CEO of TTT Limited. So it is really that there will be a point where you can find that nexus between what you're passionate about or what you've done in your private capacity and bring those skills and those experiences into the workplace. So let me very quickly take the opportunity to sincerely thank CLICO Credit Union for putting on this event today, first and foremost, and then secondly for putting a spotlight on this very important conversation, and to the young people to encourage you to please reflect on what you've heard today. I know that while challenges exist, there are unprecedented opportunities for you to grow, for you to develop, and for you to become the best versions of yourself. Thank you very much.
And as we say thank you very much to our second panel, we invite you to stand center stage so we can have some pictures. Of course, some very important topics coming up there, specifically passion. And the importance of having passion for whatever it is you're doing. They say when you're passionate about what you do, you never really work a day in your life. But that's not true. When you're passionate, you actually put in more work. Because you want to, not because you're forced to. And I once again would like to invite Mr. Ali, Mr. Tinkew, and of course, Mrs. Da Silva, to join us on stage with the panel to take some more pictures. And guys, I'm just prepping you one time. We're going to have to take fun pictures too, okay? All right. We'll make sure we're ready for the fun pictures. All right, those are the nice official ones. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for our panelists, moderated by Mr. David Roberts, featuring Cavell Joseph St. Omer, Adicia Ori, Kwesi Moore, and Rukaya Scott. Can I get a round of applause for them, please? And now we get the fun picture. You ready? Everybody say CLICO Credit Union in 3, 2, 1. Oh, wow. It's all right. It's close to lunch, I understand. I understand. All right, so thank you again. Going out to our second panel of the morning, Navigating Intergenerational Career Expectations. And boy, what an informative session that was. Our third one and our final panel discussion before we take a break, and then we come back with our breakout sessions and the exhibition gets started as well. Our third panel this morning is called Mastering the Art of Influence. And I know many of the young people in the room, this is the part you come for. Mastering the Art of Influence is going to be moderated this morning by Recolia Philip. Now, Recolia is a versatile award-winning former journalist and writer, producer and content marketing strategist with a decade of experience across various industries, including banking and finance, higher education, food and beverage, fashion, travel and tourism, entertainment and lifestyle. She served as the face of Loop News, where she excelled as a journalist, host and producer, with her talent for writing with her passion and talent for writing, leading her to win the 2019 Caribbean Tourism Organization Award for Best Feature by a Caribbean Journalist. She also contributed her expertise as digital content manager for the destination brand Visit Tobago, where she managed multiple social media campaigns that drove significant brand awareness and engagement during the height of the global lockdown by 170%. As the founder and managing director of the Sister Isle Digital Marketing Services, she not only spearheaded content and social media strategies for a diverse range of industries, but also cultivated a deep understanding of storytelling's power in marketing. Her wealth of experience has granted her vast insights and knowledge into crafting compelling content and blending her digital marketing experience, devising strategies that drive engagement and growth, specifically in the digital realm. Moreover, her teaching experience, as demonstrated through hosting workshops and webinars for entities such as the U.S. Embassy's Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, Google DevFest Caribbean, UWI St. Augustine and Mona, and more, underscores her ability to translate complex concepts into accessible, engaging learning experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome your moderator for the third panel discussion, Mastering the Art of Influence, Recolia Phillip. Now on this panel, we have digital creator influencer Mariah John. Fashion, beauty, travel, lifestyle, carnival, entertainment. Mariah John is a dynamic digital creator and influencer known for her vibrant and engaging content in fashion, beauty, travel, lifestyle, and entertainment. With a passion for style and culture, she inspires her followers by showcasing the latest fashion trends, beauty tips, and exotic travel destinations. Mariah's love for carnival and her lively take on entertainment shine through her posts, creating a vibrant connection with her audience. Her authentic voice and eye for detail have made her a go-to influencer for anyone looking to explore the world of beauty, fashion, and lifestyle with a festive flair. Ladies and gentlemen, Mariah John. Next on the panel, we have a gentleman who is a musical artist of Trinidad and Tobago. He's a two-time National Junior Soca Monarch winner, five-time National Junior Chutney Soca Monarch winner, and a four-time National Junior Calypso Monarch winner, which he won his first title at the age of 6, by the way. He's also the youngest soca artist to compete in the International Soca Monarch Finals, and he also is the producer of what we could consider to be the #1 song for the Java period. I feel all you know this song. YouTuben? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Aaron Duncan. Also on this panel this morning, Mr. Joshua Green. Now, from an early age, Joshua knew his passion was in the kitchen. Growing up, he was fascinated by the way simple ingredients could come together to create extraordinary flavors. This curiosity led him to pursue a career in the culinary arts, where he spent over 3.5 years perfecting his craft and sharing his passion via social media. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Joshua Green. And our final panelist this morning, a young lady affectionately known as J, or Cupcakes, has built a remarkable 12-year media career, beginning with her appearance in the 2012 KFC So Good commercial. She soon became one of the faces of CNC3's Front Row, hosting the Carnival show for 7 seasons. And we actually did that together. Big up, Janine. And while also competing in Miss World TNT and Miss Universe TNT 2014 and 2013, Janine transitioned to radio as an on-air announcer at Star 94.7 HD and later joined Slam 100.5 FM. Inspired by her interactions with disenfranchised youth, she founded the Peace, Love, and Cupcakes movement in 2018, focusing on helping orphans and children in need. Recognized as a 40 under 40 influencer by the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, Janine continues to host high-profile events and engage with the community, all while gracing the airwaves and television screens with her dynamic presence. Ladies and gentlemen, Janine Edwards. And now I hand you over to Recolia Phillip for our third panel discussion of the morning, Mastering the Art of Influence. Recolia?
All right. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Awesome, awesome. So, first of all, thank you for the wonderful welcome. I think it's based on everyone's bios, it's very easy to see why everyone is sitting here. Now, I think we all know by now that the social media and the digital marketing space that we're in has afforded us so many opportunities to build our individual brands, our online presence, build our businesses, and provide opportunities for all of us in a way that we probably would not have been able to, 10, 15, 20 years ago. So of course, we're going to do a bit of a deep dive into that with our panelists. But before we get into that, I want to throw out a general question to all of you to ask you, how did you individually discover your unique voice and niche within the online realm, and what advice would you give everyone here on how they can find that for themselves? Who wants to go first? Let's start with you, Mariah.
For me, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect, sorry. I started out doing hair videos because my mother stopped combing my hair. And I had to figure it out. And let me tell you, I have long, thick hair. I don't know why my mother and my father gave me all of this hair, but people on the internet wanted to find out, okay, what products you're using, what kind of hairstyles does it go to? I am a blonde girl, but all of the questions that they asked made me a twist-out girl, a braid-out girl, and we found community in figuring it out. And now, from hair care, I guess the art of just creating the content, because no matter what type of content you create, it can be, the skills can be translated into anything. And that has now allowed me to create content for other businesses in all different, I guess, industries. So yeah, that's how I got started, and that's where I'm at right now.
Thank you so much. Aaron?
Good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, I would say that my journey with social media and all these things started off as a very rough one because I, at first, didn't believe in it. Like my entire career, from when I started growing up, when the invention of Instagram and TikTok and all these things, I used to always say, I would never need to do that, until realizing that it was a very important platform for reaching not only my fellow Trinidad and Tobago people, but the wider world. With the invention of stuff like TikTok, you are able to now not only reach out to your audience, but a wider audience that may not even, well, in my case, it would be music, may not even know your music or whatever you do, art, video games, or whatever you may do. And I feel like that is really great for us to grasp onto, and that's why I got into it, and that's why I will stay into the social media marketing. Yeah, man.
Joshua?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah, man.
I started off on social media during the pandemic, I would say, when we had to cook for ourselves when the restaurant was closed down and all of that. So it had this competition where we, KFC, had to fry chicken. There was like, tell people to fry chicken and we'd win something. So I participated in it. I didn't win, but I said, you know what, I was on to something. And I think a year after the pandemic, I bought a light and I started to take photos of my food, post it on Instagram. I got feedback from people and I was like, why do you post your recipes and all of that? So I said, okay. And I started posting on TikTok at first, and the latter part of 2022 is when I started Instagram, and that blew up, and here I am. So, yeah.
Awesome. Jenna?
So good morning. Y'all hear me nice? So good morning, beautiful people. It's such an honor to be part of a panel this morning. For me, it's always the other way around. I'm always asking the questions. So for today, I'm actually feeling like a little bit out of my element, but you know what? I love this stage, so we're growing with it, right? How did I get started? It's very interesting because I started with traditional media. I started with a 4-day shoot doing a KFC commercial. I started off doing traditional promos with little shorts and t-shirts. And social media became a very big part of what I was doing in terms of television, because I started on television in an unorthodox way as well. I didn't go to school for it. It was one person said, hey, you have a little bit of drive. You have something different. Can I work with you? And it was the willingness to work with someone that was more experienced than me in the industry, and the willingness to, just follow through with what they were saying and the advice that they were giving me. It was one of the reasons that I actually stuck with it. Now, social media and myself, I always loved social media. I got Facebook 6 months after Facebook dropped. Yeah, that's how old I am. So I got Facebook 6 months after Facebook dropped, I had Facebook, right? But when it came to Instagram, I believe I got my Instagram account. I started that back in 2012. And for me, it was just fun posting content and everything. But there was a switch, and you all would all know that, the audience, everyone would know that. There was a switch with COVID and 2019. And from that birthed a lot of what we call social media influencers, the TikTokers. Now that you are doing your music, instead of just putting out an old video, you got to come up with something nice and fun on TikTok. So that era or that time period birthed a lot more content creators and allowed entrepreneurs to really have a space in this new arena. And then also, now the traditional media, we're kind of looking to these social media influencers and young persons to kind of merge, because now they didn't know what to do because they're accustomed to traditional media. You do a campaign, an ad campaign, you do a billboard, normal things. But now there are social media influencers, and you could spend your money with Aaron. He could do a nice jingle, plus he had the TikTok dancers, plus this and that and the other, and that's where things have developed. So yeah, that's a little bit about me there and how I am here today. But I still do traditional and social. So I hosted the National Youth Awards on Thursday night in front of the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister, and I host my radio program, and I host social media. So it's a lovely mix of both. I'm in the middle generation.
I actually love that you ended on that vein, because that actually leads me to a question that I have for you. You know, you have had a remarkable career that has spanned so many different media platforms, events, niches, and all of that. And you've also founded an amazing charitable initiative. So my question to you is, how has your media career influenced the way you build your brand across different platforms? And what advice would you give young entrepreneurs on how they can diversify their brand presence across both social and even traditional as well?
So when I started on traditional media, television, right, a lot of people were like, you need to build your brand, you need to build your brand, you need to build your brand. But nobody on earth was telling me, what does build your brand mean, right? So people kept telling me, don't worry, when the brand get bigger, we will call you and we'll do some work together. And I just did not even understand what build your brand meant until one day, I think I was doing Miss Universe and Miss World around that segment there. And I got the opportunity to start radio with Ojo World. And that's when hashtag Peace, Love, and Cupcakes was birthed. And it was birthed as a tagline because I would have grown up again in a traditional time period with media. And I don't know if some of you might be too young to know who T to the double to the double easy tweez is in the house. Y'all might be too young to know that, but it was a tagline that I grew up listening to, and being in front of him, being interviewed by him 10 years ago, it inspired me to create a tagline that I said would have been able to stand the test of time. Peace, love, and cupcakes. We all know peace and love from long time, happy days, that kind of vibe. And it was something that reflected my vibe and my energy and my brand, which is something that I had to understand. What does that mean for me? Because people approached me to do so many things. I'm a good-looking young girl, so people wanted me to do things that were very sexy. And then I had to take a minute and said, no, this doesn't align with my brand and what I want to do. People would like me to speak about all different things, but it has to align with me and my passion. I'm passionate about children. I'm passionate about the future of my country. I'm passionate about being a volunteer and getting out there and acting on words, not just sitting down and bumping a gum, so like that. So that was one of the things that, kind of propelled me into this. And it is not an easy thing. I would have spoken earlier about some disadvantages of it is that, well, now it is a saturated industry. There's not a lot of security. You kind of have to make it your own in terms of getting clients, because you're a brand yourself. So you have to get the client, secure that client so that they come back to you. If you understand, we have a lot of work to do. And any advice that I would give to any young person out here, your journey is going to be very different from everybody else's journey, and you should embrace your journey. You should embrace the confidence within yourself, because that's half of the reason that I am here today, because I believed in myself. There were times when even my parents would be like, when I started radio, I obviously did an internship, right? And for the 8 weeks that I interned for, I didn't get paid. But my father was like, but I'm money, but they should be paying you something for this internship. I said, Dad, hold on. What they're giving me, the knowledge that they're giving me, the knowledge that Mr. Chow is personally sitting and giving me is invaluable. And I'm going to stay here, despite what you got to say. I'm going to stay here and I'm going to finish this. And I'm here 10 years later, a different station, lots of different things happening in my life, but I stuck it through because it's not always going to be money coming to you. You have to make the connections. And for me, you have to be very humble about everything. So that's a little advice there.
That was very well said, yeah. I'm glad you said that because I think in the instant gratification that we all experience with social media and digital, I think when we especially see our favorite personalities and all of that, we just expect things to happen just like that. Oh, I just need to do these 5 videos, just jump on this viral trend, and all the opportunities will come to me, and then you're upset and wanting to know why is nobody calling me for brand partnerships and collabs and all of that. So I think it's very important to highlight that it is a journey. It is an individual journey. You should own your journey. And there's nothing wrong with doing the work and interning and letting people know, hey, I want to work alongside you. I want to see how the insides of the industry is, and you learn from that. That is an invaluable experience, by the way. Aaron, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I think at this point, everybody knows you beyond your music career, which is fantastic. You've been able to diversify in different spaces and lifestyle and fashion and all of that. Mm-hmm. What I want to find out is, what advice would you give everyone listening here on how they can break into the music and entertainment and lifestyle space, using their brand presence, as well as how they can probably segue into building their own business ventures as well, using their online presence?
I always like to start everything that I say with, the first thing is to believe in God and to trust in yourself, and as Jin said, believe in yourself as well. I think the way to do this is always to work hard. This that we do, every single one on this table here, it is not easy. And there are various ways to do it. And some may think that, oh yeah, go through the social media route, just put up your song on Instagram or on TikTok and do 1 million views and bam, it's gonna be like that. But then it doesn't be like that for everyone. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't stop trying, There's so many opportunities right now. Some go with the good way, some go with the bad way. There's people who will go in town right now with a CD and they're playing their song for people, and that's their way of trying to make it, their way of trying to get their music out there, and nothing is wrong with that. Whatever you can do, some people get discovered at karaoke. Some people get discovered just right here. A person could jump up on the stage and say, let me sing for all of you, hear my talent. And all of these ways are ways to make it, ways to get yourself discovered. And I think that the best thing to do is always put your best foot forward and try to put yourself in the right spaces, talk to the right people, try to make the right connections. Jin is literally working on Slam 100.5. So anybody inside of here who would like to be a musician, the first person you guys should be bothering. Yo, I got this new song here, so and so and so. Get an interview, make yourself known, market yourself, take the opportunity, get it done. That's my advice for that.
Well said, well said. Mariah, question for you. So I think what has contributed a lot to your success and growth as a content creator and by extension an influencer is your level of authenticity and relatability, right? At the same time, how do you stay on top of various trends and all of that, both in fashion and beauty, while also maintaining your authenticity and connection with your following?
Okay, so authenticity is a very important factor in building a community. You can pretend to be any personality online, but the people who love you will see through it if it's not who you really are. For me, my community would know that I'm a very chaotic person. I am not a static. I could try to look nice, but my content is very much, guys, this is what we're doing, And I have to, like, I could try to be the prim and proper person. It doesn't work out. It lasts like 5 seconds, and it's just like, I can't find my makeup. I can't find this. So they know. And in order to build this community, the trust that they have in me comes from me sharing things and letting them know, like, X, Y, and Z is the case. This is what I like. This is what I don't like. Building a brand means that you're also going to share different aspects of your life, and it's either they like it, they don't like it. Who follow you would be the people who want to stay on that journey, and there is somebody on social media for every person, right? Repeat the last part of your question. I want to make sure.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think you spoke on the authenticity and maintaining your authenticity, but how do you balance that with keeping up and staying on trend in the latest in beauty and fashion? Because I think we're also in a space right now, there's the authenticity side of things, but then on average, if you are scrolling through, let's say, Instagram or TikTok, you have someone doing literally the same exact trend over and over. So how do you balance the two?
Whatever feels natural to you. Some trends really just don't work for everybody. And there is the concept of you have to stay on the trends. You have to keep up with what everybody else is doing. I don't agree with that. I am not a trendy person. There will be some things that are in my niche that, yes, I can hop onto and it would seem very organic because that is what I'm into, like lifestyle, fashion, beauty, all of those things. But if there's a tech trend, it may not be something that my community would relate to because they're going to be like, why are you giving us this random thing? So it's not going to perform well, the engagement is going to show, and then they're going to be like, you're starting to lose what you come here for. We're not sticking around for that. And they will tell you, like, you will see it in the likes, the views, the comments. They will let you know in the comments. And that is why it is so important to know who you are and stick with it. Like, if you're a beauty girl, I'm not saying that you have to stick in beauty and that could be your be-all, end-all. You are your niche. That's what I keep telling people now. Like before when I started, hair care was the only thing that I thought I could have done. But then I like lip gloss, I like makeup. I started to show them that and they're interested in that as well. But there will be some things that my audience know is a hard no. And I have to be okay with knowing, like, these things just don't work for me and my audience. Knowing your audience is also very important. Have conversations with them. Like when they DM you, listen to what they have to say. Obviously, you have to know yourself and make sure that it is criticism or feedback that you want to take. Because random people on the internet really don't know you. They just know the little pieces of your life that you give them. But yeah, you have to know yourself and don't let the internet try to tell you otherwise.
Well said, well said. All right, Joshua, question for you. Yes. So, Joshua, you've been able to transition a passion into a business. Actually, this is a two-part question. One is, at what point can you realize that, okay, this is more than just a passion project, but this is something I can build into a business? One, as well as what tips would you give those who have a particular passion and they want to transition that into a sustainable business model?
Okay, so the advice I would give to upcoming social media content creators, I should say. First of all, you have to brand yourself for companies actually to approach you, right? And in the sense of, let me just say something as simple as a media kit, right? A media kit is something that you list a price in, a price for a TikTok, price for Instagram, price for a reel or a photo, right? And you have to treat your content creation as a business. Because remember, it's corporate companies that you're dealing with. You can't treat it as a hustle. You can't just, if a company approach you to do something, you just say I'm cooking. They ask me to promote a product and I charge them a $500. It don't work like that. right? Because the way how we brand itself is how people would approach it. And it's not a hustle. It's not a hustling business because it would fade away really quick, right? So that is one of the tips. And can you repeat the first question?
The first one was, at what point do you realize that this can go from being a passion project into a business? And what tips and advice would you give anyone here who has a particular passion on how they can build a sustainable business model off of that passion?
Okay. So when I realized that this was something, I would say, that is actually working, because at first, it wasn't I would be lying to you if I would say it was my goal to like have all these followers and all of that. That wasn't the case, right? I was just doing what I love, which is cooking and giving values to others, because people would, up to this day, I would have people messaging me, single mothers, single fathers, tell me like they love my recipes and keep it up. You know, because they can cook for the children now and all these things. So start off, I would say, with a genuine, not to make money, right? Because eventually that will come, right? Start off pushing your content, making content out of the goodness of your heart, and eventually things would come back. And as I mentioned before, the branding yourself, right? And making a media kit. I can't stress on that enough. Make a media kit. It have stuff, websites like Canva, right? All you just need to do is type in a media kit. You get thousands of media kit drafts, right? So create that. And after that, when a company approach you, you give them it, you come across as professional. Right?
Well said, well said. All right, so guys, we have just a few minutes left on this panel, so I just want to hear quickly from each of you. Looking ahead, where do you see the evolution of the influencer economy going, and what tips would you give young entrepreneurs on how they can stay ahead? So would you?
Okay, sure. This is a question that I asked as well, because since I came from traditional, and when I entered this industry, traditional media personalities was like, what she think she doing? She ain't getting no degree in journalism. What's she doing here? And now there's a whole new social media team, and y'all didn't go to y'all have no degree in journalism, but it's your personality that sells. So for me, I would recommend you, as you wonderfully said, stick to yourself, stick to your brand, stay true to yourself and what you believe, because brands are going to approach you. When you finally do build, people are going to approach you and tell you that you should do this and you should do that, but you really have to know what you're about out here in terms of where you see your brand going. And social media influencers, it's a beautiful place. I do not know what is next. I cannot say for sure what will be next, because it is, for some, social media it became an overnight success. And we see it every week in Trinidad and Tobago. There is a new trending something. Somebody becomes an overnight success. Recently, that lady, Shania received 38,000 followers in the 2 days following her incident. She could choose to do with what she wants to do with that 38,000 followers now. She could become a brand influencer and decide, hey, I go and talk about bad breakups, whatever, but she will make, if you understand what I'm saying. So who knows where media and social media is gonna go. So it's a wonderful time for all entrepreneurs and all young persons that wanna get into it. Stick to your brand and continue being consistent with whatever you decide to put out as your content. As simple as taking a walk down the streets of Port of Spain, the content is needed. We need to showcase the country and all the great things that we have here to offer. Internationally, we make a little splashy, muddy headlines. So now that we have some beautiful young persons, y'all could change how the international will perceive Trinidad and Tobago, our personalities, our agri-entrepreneurs, our fintech professionals. You all have the opportunity now to make it so in a different trajectory than it has ever gone before. So I think the opportunities for social media influencers are endless. We could be the next presidents. We could be whatever we decide that we want to do, because we are the shapers of our brand.
Well said. Joshua, you want to give your final thoughts? Where do you see the future of the influencer economy, and what tips would you give young entrepreneurs on how they can stay relevant?
The staying relevant part, I would say, all you just have to do is keep on posting content, because people will forget about you in no time if you fall off, right? If you stop posting content. So always be in people's eyes, right? If you decide, to take a week, but continue posting, because algorithms will forget you. People will forget you, right? Where the evolving of social media is concerned, I can't really put like a...
If you're not sure as yet, that's totally fine, because I know we also sort of strapped for time, so maybe we can just focus on, what tips you guys have for young entrepreneurs and how they can stay relevant. So I think you captured that. All right, awesome. Aaron?
I want to say that I don't think, but I know the future of social media is very bright, through not only my experience with it, but a lot of others. I would say with the advice part, again, believe in God and believe in yourself. This year, I produced the Summer Seam Rhythm with the song that my good friend mentioned, Lady Lava's Ring Finger, and myself, and Travel with Zoe's single. But the funny part about it, why I want to stress on believing in yourself, is when the single song just came out, if you go in a comment section, as somebody just mentioned, it was crazy. I seen my boy laughing in the back there, because everybody knew what it went through. However, the part about believing in yourself is very important, because what if I deleted this song? What if in that moment, and I seen a lot of people saying, this is the worst thing ever, I deleted this song. Today, it wouldn't be all over the world. Lava's song wouldn't have been possible, because every single person that came on that rhythm, I actually sent that rhythm to them in March of this year, before Zoe or anybody even came to play. And they all said no. But then when Zoe's song got viral and everything started to go well with single, they all came back. So I would tell you, believe in yourself, believe in what you know, and don't let any comments, don't let any negative energy deter you from what you want to do. Once you believe in yourself and once you believe in the Almighty God, you will make it. And you will do it. Yeah.
Well said, Aaron. And last but certainly not least, Mariah.
Okay, so I'm going to try to yap really quickly, right?
Yeah.
So, don't be afraid to do things for exposure. I've been doing this for 10 years. The reason why I think I've been able to stay very relevant is because I am okay with doing things for exposure, which would give me opportunities to get paid to do the things that I really want to do. Passion is really important. Your followers will see through it. They know when you're lying, so don't break their trust. When it comes to the creator economy, yes, the followers are important, but having something that you feel like is your passion or your followers connect with and they could see, this is Mariah. I would get a lot of DMs like, oh my gosh, I saw this and I thought about you. Those things can become businesses. From hair tutorials, I've been able to start a business that creates content for other brands. My problem of not finding swimwear that fit my body type has now allowed me to use my following to start a business which is for swimwear. Those things, I know it may seem like, what do I do with followers? They told me they want that. Like, I wasn't going to just wake up and say, I want to do swimwear. They told me, I have the same problem, where you to shop? I started making my swimwear. I like that. We need that. now here I am scrambling to find fabrics for a swimwear line. That came from my followers. So it doesn't just have to be dancing and singing and making yourself look silly on the internet. Like, you can use your following to make money outside of just beauty and lifestyle. Like, you can turn it into a career and have a business that is completely something else. So yeah, that was me yapping. I hope it was good. Yeah.
Well said, well said. So as we're wrapping, what I really want to say is I'm really glad that this panel is here, because even though we're talking about, social media, building a presence and all of that, even though everyone here has a very diverse space that they own, I think there are a lot of commonalities I hope you guys are picking up on in terms of what led them to where they are today. And a lot of it has to do with authenticity, believing in yourself, not having a certain passion and not simply doing it for the likes and the follows. And even if you don't have everything figured out, knowing that there is something bigger down the line and it will come to fruition once you stick to it. And I hope all of you take that away in your individual journeys. So guys, thank you very much, and let's give them a round of applause.
And of course, we say thank you as well to Recolia Phillip. And I want to invite the panel to just step forward so we can take some pictures. Some serious messages coming out of this panel this morning. Believing in yourself, being authentic and true to yourself, and working hard, making sure you post all the time, because the algorithm forgets you. It is very, very hard work. And a lot of people don't see it as hard work, especially in generations before. They don't quite understand how much work it takes to be a constant content editor, creator, and poster. So congratulations to you. Let me invite Mr. Ali, Mrs. Da Silva, and of course Mr. Tinkew to join us again on stage to be able to take the picture with the young panel of social media influencers. I just want to note, ladies and gentlemen, I was one of the people that, unfortunately, I suffered at the hands of Aaron Duncan when it comes to that single song, because he posted me in the video and tagged me and talking about being single with a whole wedding ring on my finger. Thanks, Aaron. You created some nice moments at home. All right, guys, so we're posing for the picture with panel 3, Brand Power, Mastering the Art of Influence, moderated by Recolia Phillip, featuring Janine Edwards, Joshua Green, Naraya John, and Aaron Duncan. Can we give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen? All right, guys, this should be the funnest picture of the day. We ready for it? CLICO Credit Union on 3. 1, 2, 3. This is what we're talking about. You had to show the other two panels how to do it, right? Good job. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, when you were coming in, you should have gotten a little piece of paper, and we're going to give out that door prize now. So let me welcome, well, first of all, I want you all to do me a favor and give the business development team at CLICO Credit Union a big round of applause for the hard work that they've been doing today. Danelle, you coming on stage with me with the numbers to choose from? Yeah? And let me welcome as well member of the board of directors and the mentor for the youth arm of the CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Jean-Marc Griffith, joins us on stage to pick the prize. You can give him a round of applause. Yeah, man. You can go center stage. All right. So, Jean-Marc, you have to close your eyes and put your hand inside the bowl and hope for the best. Everybody have the numbers out? No, we're waiting on. Just a little, take out your number. All right. Jean-Marc, the number you pulled is? Number 91. You have just won yourself a prize courtesy Bride and Pie. Going once, number 91. If you have it, say bingo. I hear bingo fading in the background. It was just kicks in. I can't see what you're saying. You have to take off your shades. 91 going twice. Going 3 times. Anybody? 91 going home. Let's get the next number. 115. Do you have number 115? Yes, you gotta say bingo. I can't hear you. You gotta say it like you mean it. All right, come on. Come on up and get your prize, all courtesy Bride and Pie. I mean, your skin will be glowing when we finish with you. Be good to go. Congratulations. Give him a nice round of applause. Youthpreneurship Conference 2024. You're not going home empty-handed. Love that for you, bro. All right. Jean-Marc, we invite you to stick around. We have one more door prize, if I'm not mistaken. This one is courtesy Cavell Creations. So, Jean-Marc, you just close your eyes again. I don't want you cheating and picking somebody you know number and thing. People is accused people of all kind of thing these days. Number 57. Man started to move before he even checked the number properly. Ah, boy. You have it there? Yeah, I didn't hear the bingo, so I wasn't sure now, boy. All right, 2 gentlemen winning this morning. Well, this afternoon, I should say. Congratulations to you. This one is courtesy Cavell Creations. So we say thank you very much to both Cavell Creations and Bride and Pie for our prizes this afternoon. Our door prizes. And of course, we say thank you very much going on to Jean-Marc Griffith, member of the Board of Directors at CLICO Credit Union, and as well, he is the mentor for the youth arm of the CLICO Credit Union. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to welcome, to give some closing remarks here this afternoon. But we're not done, eh? We still have the breakout sessions that's happening. We're going to take a little break in a bit. And we also have the exhibition that will be on. I'll come back and tell you a little bit about that after our closing remarks from the CEO of the CLICO Credit Union, Mr. Holland Bronté Tinkew. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Tinkew.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my wonderful people. Thank you for being here this afternoon. As we draw this portion of this incredible Youth Entrepreneurship Conference to a close, as a senior youth myself, I am filled with immense gratitude and pride. It has been an honor to witness the energy, creativity, and passion that each of you has brought to this event. On behalf of the entire organizing committee and our esteemed credit union, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who has made this conference a resounding success. Before I go on, I must say, taking pictures in a youth conference is very humbling. I think next year I'll dye my beard a little to fit in with the crowd. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank our specially invited guests for taking the time out of their schedule to be with us here today. Although our line minister, the Honorable Foster Cummings, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, couldn't be here with us in person today because of pressing commitments, he was well represented by Gachelle Gilkes-Edwards. Thank you for your speech today. We also say thanks to David Roberts, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Sport and Co-operative Development, for being here today and also being our moderator for one of our sessions. Our heartfelt appreciation also goes out to our dynamic speakers, panelists, and moderators. Your insights and experiences have been nothing short of inspiring. You have not only shared your knowledge, but also ignited a spark in the hearts of our young entrepreneurs. As Henry Ford once said, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is success. Your contributions have truly embodied the spirit of collaboration and progress. To our exhibitors, thank you for showcasing such innovative products and services. Your presence has provided our attendees with a tangible glimpse into the world of entrepreneurship. Your dedication and hard work are evident in every display, and we are grateful for your participation. Our breakout educational sessions will also be a highlight of this conference, and for that we owe a debt of gratitude to our session leaders and facilitators. Your expertise and willingness to share your knowledge have empowered or will empower our young entrepreneurs with the tools they need to succeed. As Nelson Mandela wisely said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Your efforts have armed our attendees with this powerful weapon. We thank all our partners. Your support has made this event possible. Your belief in the potential of our youth and your commitment to fostering entrepreneurship is truly commendable. We are proud to have you as our partners in this journey. To the media covering the event today, a special thanks to you for the important job that you do on a daily basis, keeping the nation informed and inspiring us with your words. To the organizing committee, our education committee, the youth arm, and our business development and marketing team, and other volunteers, your tireless efforts behind the scenes have not gone unnoticed. From planning to execution, your dedication has ensured that every aspect of this conference ran smoothly. Your hard work and attention to detail have created an environment where ideas could flourish and connections could be made. And finally, to our attendees, the future entrepreneurs and leaders, your enthusiasm, curiosity, and willingness to learn have been a driving force behind this conference. You are the reason we are here, and it is your potential that inspires us all. Remember, the journey of entrepreneurship is not always easy, but it is incredibly rewarding. Keep pushing boundaries, keep innovating, and never stop believing in your dreams. As we conclude, let us carry forward the lessons learned, the connections made, and the inspiration gained from this conference. Together, we can create a brighter future, not only for ourselves, but for our communities and beyond. Thanks you once again to everyone who contributed to making this conference a phenomenal success. And be sure, before you leave, to visit our exhibitor booths located at the back of the conference. And stay tuned for what is to come next. Thank you very much.
Mr. Holland Bronté Tinkew, ladies and gentlemen, the CEO of CLICO Credit Union. Thank you very much for those closing remarks. However, don't leave yet, because we do have the exhibitors at the back. Let me just call them out quickly. CLICO Credit Union, of course, Kariri, TT Employment, Hermat, Energy Dynamics, CTA College, Eve Anderson. I don't know how to pronounce this properly, right? But VGRETT. It's supposed to be Verge, but it's missing a few letters, so I ain't sure. But if they say Verge, then Verge, TT it will be. The Pharmaceutical Society of Trinidad and Tobago as well, and we have a couple more exhibitors in the back, so you can go check them out. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, we're going to have 2 breakout sessions that you can be a part of. Now, these breakout sessions are going to be conversations with people who are experts in the field. The first one is going to be Igniting Your Venture, Essential Digital Marketing Tactics for Entrepreneurs, hosted by Ricolia Phillip, who was on stage earlier, so she'll be back again to chat a bit about that. And in our second breakout session, we speak about the requirements and process to register your entrepreneurial venture by Natalie Barker. So you can come back into these sessions. Again, they're absolutely free. You're done here already, so you might as well stick around and enjoy these sessions. But in the meantime, I encourage you to head to the back and check out the exhibitors and get some more information, because we're building the toolkits today, yeah? That doesn't sound like we're building the toolkits. We're building the toolkits today, yeah? Great, so we take a 10-minute break and we come back. One other thing, guys. I know lots of you taking pictures and videos and posting them to social media today. Please use the hashtag YC24. The hashtag for today, YC24, yeah? Thank you. Just a quick point to note, ladies and gentlemen, at CTS College, if you go sign up today for any short course, you get 25% off. Again, if you go sign up with CTS College today For any short course, you get 25% off, but you must sign up today. All right?
Hey, 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 yeah, 2, 1.
UI mix on the beats. UI mix on the beats. UI mix on the beats. UI mix on the beats.
All right, all right, all right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you back into the session. Those of you who are interested in having the conversation about essential digital marketing tactics for entrepreneurs, you're welcome to come and take a seat up front. Just so you know, those of you interested in becoming entrepreneurs, if you're already entrepreneurs, you want to chat with somebody who's walked the road before, you want to get some personal questions answered, now is the time to do so, because Ricolia Phillip is going to be hosting our breakout session number 1 today. So I want to invite you back to your seats, so you can take new seats if you want, and come front and center for Ricolia's presentation. Well, it's more of a Q&A, it's more of an interactive session where you get to ask questions directly, and she also gets to ask you some questions to kind of break down the entrepreneurship and business of things. So again, we're getting started with the first breakout session of the afternoon, Essential Digital Marketing Tactics for Entrepreneurs. So I want to encourage everybody to come back, take a seat, and learn a little bit more about how you can market your business, especially as an entrepreneur, using the digital marketing space. Yeah? And trust me, you don't want to miss this opportunity because Ricolia has lots of experience in this industry, and she's walked the path, she's done the work, and she's here to share her expertise with you this afternoon. So I want to really, really encourage you to join this breakout session. Just make your way on back to the seats. Yeah, have a seat, no problem. We welcome everybody. Again, we're going to get started with our breakout session number 1 of this afternoon, Essential Digital Marketing Tactics for Entrepreneurs. So if you're an entrepreneur, you have a business, and you want to know how to better market your business, now is your opportunity to learn from somebody who's been walking the path, somebody who has lots of information to share with you, and they're doing so for free for a little while this evening, so make sure that you're taking the session, yeah? Yeah, man, come on and take a seat. There's only so much I could do about it. Yeah. Again, I want to welcome everybody to come and take a seat as we get ready for our first breakout session of the afternoon, Essential Digital Marketing Tactics for Entrepreneurs, hosted by Ricolia Phillip. You would have met her a little bit earlier, but now you have the opportunity to really engage and get one-on-one. You can ask questions, she will ask you questions. You can find out better ways to market your business using digital strategies. So I see some people have come to the front, and I encourage you, please come take a seat, get the information, get the experience, and engage with Ricolia, because she's only here for a short time this afternoon. So, and those of you on the outside, you could come in closer. You don't want to stay out there, you know. You could. She don't bite? Is bite Ricolia? Only one requested. So if you don't ask, then she wouldn't bite. Okay? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we get ready to get our first breakout session of the afternoon started. Essential Digital Marketing Tactics for Entrepreneurs. And I hand you over now to Ricolia Phillip. Ricolia?
Hi guys, afternoon. All right, so this session, personally, the way I learn is if I am sharing information, if I'm getting information, yes, but I also love that I'm in a space where I can also ask questions, because I think the best way for us to learn and understand is if, it's interactive, it's engaging, and you also have the opportunity to ask the questions where necessary when it comes to understanding and navigating what is what when it comes to building a digital presence online and building a business and all of that. So I have a lot of notes here, but again, I want to leave this to you guys to ask me questions as well as I go along. So one of the first things, there's so many different things that you have to take into consideration when you're trying to build your business, of course, but when you're thinking about the physical business as well as building your online presence as well, one of the first things you need to keep in mind and pay very close attention to is your target audience. Now, quick question, how many here think that your target audience is everybody in Trinidad and Tobago? You can raise your hand, it's fine. It's a safe space, it's okay. So Ideally, that'd be fantastic if everybody, the 1.4 million in Trinidad and Tobago, was a customer. But take something into consideration. This group here, right? I'm pretty sure everyone sitting here, they have their own individual personal tastes, preferences, desires, needs. Your taste in music may not be the same as her taste in music. Your taste in food may not be the same taste as his taste in food. Go down the line. Our individual styles, our individual preferences, they all vary, and that's what makes us so amazing as individual people, right? You have to take that and keep that in mind when it comes to your audience as well, your target audience. When you're thinking about what you are offering, whether it's a product or a service, you have to remember that people are made up of so many different things, needs, desires, and all these different things. So while, yes, on the surface, it may be great if everyone in the country buys from us, you have to remember as well that everyone's needs, tastes, personal desires, and all that are different. And what happens is if you try to market and sell to everyone, you're technically selling to no one, because nothing that you're putting out in terms of your marketing efforts will resonate. Nothing feels as if, oh, they're talking to me. I'm pretty sure when you look at content from your favorite brands, your favorite, whether local or international, if you see an ad, whether it's your favorite brand or not, you ever come across an ad and you're like, whoa, this feels as if it's me they're talking to. Am I right? That is as a result of that company and that brand being very laser focused and very laser clear on who their target audience is. They are very familiar, they are very intimately aware of what their target audience's needs, desires, personal preferences, what their interests are, what their objectives are as well, and they craft their marketing content, they craft their branding messages, they craft everything to ensure that the message to the end user at the end of the day feels as if it's being tailored for them, right? So when you're thinking about your audience, once again, what I want you guys to think about is whatever I'm offering, how am I showing up to solve a problem? How am I showing up to fulfill a need, a desire, whatever the case may be? Beyond that, are this particular audience, we were talking about earlier about Gen Z and millennials and Gen X and all of that. What age bracket do they fit into? Am I offering a luxury product or something that is available for the masses? If I am offering a luxury product, what sort of messaging would I include for people who may object to the price points of things? You know, you want to get as laser focused and granular about understanding your audience as much as possible, because the more you understand your audience, the easier it is to craft your message accordingly. So with that in mind, a show of hands, how many of you have a target audience? That's part one. Great. So you guys can either stand up if there's a mic going around. I want to hear from you. What are your target audiences? You can kind of give me some rundown in terms of maybe their demographic, whatever it is you think your target audience is. There were a few hands here, so who wants to go first?
Hi, my name is Patrice. Hi. Are you hearing me?
I can't.
Are you hearing me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yes. I think that my target audience, one for my NGO would be the entire of Trinidad and Tobago, to be quite honest.
Well, what is the NGO about?
It's an NGO we created during the COVID period because we realized there was a lack there of families having like food supplies and stuff. So we actually went out and gave out groceries to families, and that kind of grew from there. So we kind of just give and help in any way that we can, in any capacity, to anyone in Trinidad and Tobago actually that is in need of something.
Right.
So that's why I would say within that bracket, everyone would be my target audience.
But let me ask you a question. When you're saying your target audience, is your target audience those who are receiving what you're offering, or are you targeting people to come out and volunteer or contribute items to the families in need?
So I would say it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
Because we don't really have like a big financing. So there is the aspect of where we would need donors.
Right.
Or people that would give donations.
Right.
And then there are the receivers of those donations.
Right.
We also kind of engage in collaborating with others to volunteer. So that's why I would say a little bit of everything would be our target audience.
So let me understand this correctly. So you have your one segment is possible sponsors, so whether it's, the everyday man or maybe corporate sponsors.
Yes.
That's one audience segment, because that's another thing as well. You can have multiple audiences, but you can call them audience segments as well. So one would be your corporate sponsors, and maybe, again, donations from the general public, that sort of thing. So that's one. And then you also have those from the general public who may need, the families in need itself. So by that extension, you're also marketing for them to know that this NGO exists, for them to come out and not take part, but to receive as well.
Yes.
Right? So she has two audience segments there. And actually, technically, it might be, even within that one audience segment, she may have a segmentation again. So those who are donating, corporate sponsors, are very different from you and I. So at most, I can probably give $20 in contributions, not specifically, but you have to also cater for people who are in a position to give. They may not be able to have a large amount that they can give. And then you have the corporate sponsors who may have so much more access to funds than all of us, right? So again, when you're thinking about your audience, even that in itself is still segmentation and a target audience, and not exactly Trinidad and Tobago, right? So again, when it comes to your marketing efforts as well, some of your brand messaging may be very catered for corporate Trinidad and Tobago. Then you may have another set of messaging that caters for the everyday man. That messaging can be, hey, give what you can. Even if you can't give money, you can give, donate clothes, you can donate canned goods, whatever the case may be. That messaging you're not going to tell to financial institutions. And then you have another messaging, which is maybe a core messaging as well. Actually, I forgot about another target audience, volunteers, to actually help with distribution and all of that. And then you have those who you're marketing to in terms of, hey, we are offering these donations. But what you may also have to take into consideration as well is if it's only social media, not everyone may be on social media, so you may have to find another way to reach them as well. So you may have to go beyond online marketing and do traditional marketing as well, in person and that sort of thing. So you guys kind of understand a bit there why saying my audience is everyone is a bit detrimental to you, because you may end up wasting way more time and wondering, why is no one interested? And that's because your messaging is not resonating with everyone. Anyone else has questions? No? So can I move on to the other side of things when it comes to building a business and your marketing? Am I being clear? Am I going too fast? Is anything kind of going over your head? Or we're good? Awesome. All right, so when we're talking now about building your digital brand and building your online presence and all of that, something that I think is missed sometimes is we know our product or service is awesome and amazing, and that's great to have that faith in yourself. If you're offering a fantastic product or service, phenomenal, exceptional customer service, and all of these great things, your website is amazing and all of that. But the flip side is your audience may not feel that way. Then you have to also keep in mind, how are you showing up? How do you want to show up, right? So I've seen what some brands do is their online presence tends to flip-flop with whatever the season is. 1 minute they want to be trendy and they're using slang and local parlance and all of that. Another time they want to be super formal and professional. Another time they want to be or attempt to make jokes and this and the other. And what that tends to happen is, if you're not consistent with your branding, and branding, by the way, doesn't exclusively mean your logo and your brand colors, that is a small part of it, but you have to think about your business and your brand as its own personality, right? Not you, the individual, unless your business is you. So for me, for example, me trying to build my personal brand, my brand is me, right? But my business brand may be a bit different as well. The personality of my business brand would be very different to my personal brand. So when you're thinking about how you're trying to show up online, what the personality of your brand is, you need to consider as well, what is the perception that I want to get from my audience as well? Do I want them to think of me as the go-to industry leader in this particular space? Is it that based on the industry that I'm in, I want them to think that I am conversational, the brand that is, friendly, engaging, and all of that. Again, thinking about the brands you probably would have interacted with on your own, whether it's local or international, you tend to realize there is a bit of a variation. There's some brands that are very punny, they make jokes. Even when they respond in comments, they're very, witty and that sort of thing. And then you have other brands that are very conversational. They may have like a bit of caring in their voice. You kind of feel as if, oh, this is like my bestie kind of thing. Then you have other business and brands, and I'm not just referring to if you're selling food or clothing. I'm talking about even the corporate entities as well. They also have a particular way and personality for their online presence, right? So show of hands, I want to know, do you guys have an online or you think you have a personality for your business? What do you think your brand represents? Show of hands. You have a... And guys, I want everyone to partake, we're having a conversation with all of us, not her and I. This is your opportunity, if you have questions and all of that, to let me know. If you have concerns, you're not sure what direction you want to go into, that's what I'm here for.
So I would say that my personal brand is me in regards to the NGO. Since I was small, I like giving back.
Right.
And I always want to do that at a large scale.
Right.
But I had to humble myself to know that I could start small. And just in doing small things, that gradually grew into me, branching out to do it at a more wider scale. So just in me, doing the simplest thing, the simplest kindness, the simplest form of kindness, I would say is my brand. Because that's just me. That's just the way I am. I like giving back. I like helping. I like, being of assistance in any way. And that is kind of what, drove me into actually, going in that direction.
Let me ask you a question. 2 questions. What is your name?
My name is Patrice Woods.
Patrice Woods. What is the name of your NGO?
It's Happy Helpers TT.
Happy Helpers TT. Okay, great. So if, let's say, someone was to come across something from Happy Helpers TT online, is it that you want them to know that the brand Happy Helpers is you? So is it that you want to communicate as you on Happy Helpers? Or
So
is Happy Helpers as individual, standalone?
Okay, so what I would want it to come across as a friendly help. Someone that is, what's the best way to put this? Someone that is, just giving, I guess.
Yeah.
So I would want that to give in what I promote.
Yeah.
Someone that you could actually go to with the simplest thing that you need, and we would try our best to be of assistance in any way. Right. So that's what I would want people to get from that. So It's not about, gaining anything for myself or gaining anything for me, but just to be of help.
Right. Now, that is great and that's fantastic, and I think everyone would get that because, one, it's an NGO, so by its very nature, people will know and understand that whatever the NGO is, it will be giving back to some capacity and to some degree. However, it's important to understand as well that even though a company, whether it's an NGO or for-profit business, it is still separate from you, the individual. Right? So you, the individual, beyond, of course, you wanting to help and give back and all that, which is beautiful and fantastic, you are also a very nuanced human being. So you also want to ensure that your brand is its own and your business is its own separate entity and has its own personality and all of that. Because one thing too, if let's say you're someone who's very involved in, let's say, youth politics, right? Your personal standpoints on something may be one way, but at the end of the day, your business may want to take a neutral tone and a neutral stance when it comes to political things, because we all know how muddled that can get. So that's just like a small example of what I mean when I say that it's important to separate and understand you, the individual, versus what the business is supposed to be. And that can be varied to you as well in your business. Understand. So you also need to know, fantastic, you also need to know, okay, what are my company's values? What are my company's ethos and all of that? What do we stand for? What do we want to get involved in? And that sort of thing. And then by extension, again, that comes through in the content. Any other questions? Even if it's not on any particular, go ahead.
Oh, hi, good day.
Hi.
So my name is Aliyah, and I recently got started in real estate, working with a company. and I'm having a bit of difficulty identifying how I want to build my brand because, you know, I'm hearing build your brand, but I don't know how to merge my individuality as well as, I would say, my youth, because I am on the younger side for being a real estate agent.
And you're just starting out?
Yes, but I still want to come across professional and for people to understand that I am good at what I do. I am good at building relationships with people. But again, I am really a relationships person. I don't want it to come across too stone-faced.
Right.
And I'm having a bit of difficulty balancing that at the moment. Is there any advice you have?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited that you're saying that. I don't mean to, you know, I'm kind of sad that you're struggling, but everything you said there, I got excited because there is a lot of opportunity for someone like you, right? When it comes to your personal brand, you could leverage and showcase that, hey, you're Gen Z, I'm assuming. I don't want to guess it.
Yes.
Right. So you can build your whole brand, not saying you have to, but you could build your whole brand around being, you know, your Gen Z real estate bestie, right? One, part of what you can talk about as well is you can focus on, hey, you don't have to specifically say I'm a Gen Z, but I'm someone that loves the industry. I really want to get into it. I really want to excel in this space. I'm just starting out. Come on the journey with me. And I don't mean a one-off TikTok. I mean, you could talk about what you learn. Like, hey, I just learned something X, Y, and Z today about the real estate industry in Trinidad and Tobago. Or did you know X, Y, and Z? Beyond that, what I find amazing for someone like you is when we think about the real estate space, I know when I'm guessing in your early 20s, younger than that? Just a little bit younger than that?
I'm 19.
That's fine. When I was 19, the last thing I ever thought I would ever have access to is buying a house, right? I thought, still am, I thought I'd be renting for my entire life. Someone like you now, by creating this kind of content, bringing people along in this journey, naturally people within your age bracket would be attracted to you by way of following you and learning from you because you're relatable. And then you're also kind of creating a level of consideration for them as well, because at 19, the average 19-year-old is not really thinking about real estate. They're not thinking about investing in a home, right? They're like, I want to get a fast car, right? I want a pump, right? So another element of that as well is you're also creating that level of not only education, but consideration. Like at 19, guys, this is where you guys should be when it comes to your finances. If you really expect to or want by 25 to be married and have a home, this is what you probably should be doing now. These are the kind of savings you should be building right now. These are the financial moves you should be making in order to be able to accomplish having and owning a home by 25, 30 or whatever. Again, at your age, that was the last thing I was thinking about. And unfortunately, what tends to happen, and it's fine, we're human, you know, when we first come into money, we want to spend it. We don't think about our future moves and what the moves we're making right now, how that can impact on us later down the road. So I can see someone like you building a massive, I'm more than just following, I would say community. I can see you building a massive community because, again, you're relatable, you're already in that space, and you'll stand out from people who are my age and older who are in the real estate space, because people my age and older are catering for people my age and older. And by that extent as well, you may be able to pull in a lot more Gen Zers, that's a weird term, into getting homes earlier than ever before. So there's so much opportunity for you. I would say think about bringing people along with you on the journey as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No problem. So here, I have about 5 minutes. So there was a few other topics that I wanted to get into, but I don't think I have enough time for that, unfortunately. But I can take maybe 1 to 2 questions depending on how long we can get through everything.
Hi, my name is Sham. So I have a business, I have a Facebook. Personally, I like to speak about entrepreneurship, but my business, I concern on my personal Facebook, how much could I talk about? How much could I talk about without getting my business in trouble? Can I talk about my political views? Could I talk about what I'm passionate about? Should I be showcasing my business work, or should it all be very separated?
So you said this is your personal Facebook we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you don't have a page for your business?
I do.
You do, okay. So I think it depends on you, but I think you need to, when you're thinking about the direction you want to go into, you have to be able to understand, I guess, like the repercussions of it. So what I'm saying is when you want to talk about, if you want to talk about, let's say, religion and politics and all of that, religion and politics are two spaces that can get pretty sticky very quickly. They can be very polarizing, no matter the religion, no matter the political party. So you have to keep in mind that when you start going in that direction, as well as trying to promote your business as well, people, unfortunately, they tend to make associations immediately. So if they're like, oh, you have a particular religious background, that's what you're doing, or a particular political party, I don't want to do business with you. Unfortunately, that is sort of the reality we're in. So you have to keep that in mind. The flip side to it, though, is I have seen it work for people in terms of if, let's say, they want to promote themselves as your, I'm not going to speak in local political terms, so that can get sticky. Let's use the US, for example. If, let's say, you want to market yourself as your favorite Republican photographer or whatever, that's pretty polarizing, but you also have a very specific audience right there, which are other Republicans, right? Similar to religion and that sort of thing. So it's really up to you if you want to open up in that and to highlight your personal preferences and all of that. But you also have to keep in mind that when people think about your business, and that's what I was mentioning earlier in terms of it is important to separate the person from the business, you also have to take into consideration and remember that when people think about businesses and brands, they also are trying to connect with a personality and an entity as well. So if you're talking about your Republican views, even though it's you individually, Shem, but they know that this is your business, they're going to automatically make that association, even if your business has nothing to do with that political party or whatever the case may be. So it's a bit of food for thought. Personally, on my personal side as well as my business, I don't speak to or reference anything political, religious, or anything that can go in either direction. I tend to take a neutral stance where that is concerned because it can get very murky very quickly. Unless if you want to do it, you just have to, stand on that 100%. So yeah, I have 2 minutes left. So any final questions, or we have one last question, and then we're gonna wrap. Yeah.
So it's not really a question, but from what he asked earlier on, I think the best thing to do is really to separate and true, because it could really get sticky. And in regards to Facebook, I think when you're in business,
yeah,
it's really important to taper your personal standpoint on things, because it does affect your business directly or indirectly.
Exactly. Agreed. Like I said, unless you want to go gung-ho on it, but you just have to remember and keep in mind what the possible repercussions can be. Yeah. Beyond things like politics and religion, for me personally, the way how people operate, let me just before I get into the personal, the way how people operate right now, especially I think after the pandemic and all of that, we see a lot of businesses who are getting exposed for a lot of improper behavior and business practices and unethical things in this and the other. And part of the reason why that's been happening a lot is people on a whole, they're very conscious about who they're buying from, especially in this economy. Globally, people are a lot more conscious about who they're buying from. And people want to buy from the companies and entities that are aligned with their values as well. So for example, this is where the personality is coming back in. If, let's say, I know I personally would not want to shop from a clothing store that promotes child labor, right? I know for me, I prefer to, as much as I possibly can, if I'm buying clothes, I want to buy clothing that is sustainable, is good for the environment, and all of that. So if I find out and I hear that one of my favorite brands is promoting child labor, it's fast fashion and that sort of thing, I'm going to be less inclined to give them my money, because it's more than just a personal, a quick transaction. I am partially contributing to something that is against my values. And that's how on average, a lot of people, a lot of customers think as well. So when you're thinking about, again, your brand and what you represent, beyond the colors, beyond the logo and all of that, you have to think for your business, what do you represent? What are your brand values? What are your yeses, your nos, and that sort of thing? And keep in mind that people are buying not from just a company, they want to buy from an entity or a personality or brand that is in line with their values as well. These days, it's more than just transaction. I'm just buying X, Y, and Z. Yeah? And I think that's it on time. So I hope that this was valuable for you guys, and it was a bit brief. But if you want, I have my business, Sister Isle Digital. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook. I'm building my YouTube channel as well, where I talk all things entrepreneurship, content, social, and digital marketing. So if you're interested, you could follow me there as well and get more tips, insights, and all of that jazz. Yeah.
Say it one time for Recordia Phillip, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Recordia, for sharing your knowledge with us. And I know you all learned a lot. We're going to go straight into the second breakout session because I really want you guys to still be engaged and to continue learning. This session is going to focus on requirements and process to register your entrepreneurial venture. And to do so, I want to welcome Natalie Barker. Natalie has over 20 years of experience in accounting and management, and she's a seasoned expert in financial strategy and organizational leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome for breakout session number 2, Ms. Natalie Barker.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Everybody could do a little stretch for me. A little stretch. I think, we had a full session this morning. We're going to go into how to form your company, basically. All right? So just for a little icebreaker, turn to the person next to you, tell them who you are and what you do. On your right. If you don't have a right, go left. All right? All right. So business registration in Trinidad and Tobago, it's done strictly at the Ministry of Legal Affairs. It's now an online process through the system called CROSS, C-R-O-S. When you type it in Google, it's trying to get your Crocs. So make sure and look for C-R-O-S, and underneath it, you will see legalaffairs.gov.tt. That's the only way you're going to form a company in Trinidad and Tobago for yourself. You can do it through a lawyer or a professional like me or somebody else who provides the service, right? Next slide. Okay. So this is what it looks like when you go to the online platform, CROSS. It's the Ministry of Legal Affairs website. So there's several things you need to have in order to form a company in Trinidad and Tobago. So one of the things you must do is register on the platform. You need 2 forms of ID. They must be valid. It could be a driver's permit or your passport or your identification card. Your birth paper is not an ID. Some people ask me that, but it's not. Right? You need a birth paper pin. That's one of your identifier for uniqueness. And you need to take a headshot. It's just holding your ID to your face. Take a picture of it, then you save it and upload it to the platform. A personal email, because why I say personal email, you don't want to use, let's say you have a page where you're using for baking, and then you're using that email address to register. You need 2 separate emails, right? And then your contact number. Once you do or have all of these things, you can now upload it onto the system with CROSS, and you go up to the corner in CROSS when you go up to the website that says ROS, click on that, and then click register now. Right, so step 2, once you register with CROSS, they're going to send you a confirmation email saying that you're registered. Sometimes people upload an expired ID. What I will do is reject your application. Once it's rejected, Ministry of Legal Affairs is going to send you a ticket, and that ticket now will tell you what you need to do. If you need to put in an address was incorrect, if your name was spelled wrong, if the email doesn't work, it's not a valid email, it wouldn't work from the get-go, that type of thing, you need to service the ticket and answer it, and then they're going to send you confirmation that yes, you're now registered, and they're going to send you your username along with a password. right? So you have to save that information for future so that you can continue to log on to the system. Any questions? Yes? No? So that's the easy part, right? You as an individual logging on, registering, uploading your IDs and all of that. Right. So if you want to have a business, you need to make sure it's a unique name. You can go onto the registry and the little box at the bottom there that says company business name and search the name before you actually apply for the name. Because every time you apply for a name, you have to pay 20 TT. Right? So you want to search it for the name first, make sure it's unique, and then you should apply to register a name. Normally, for registration, you have 3 options, your primary name, a secondary, and a third. If all 3 is rejected, then you have to reapply again. What Cross does, you must top up your account. Once you're an individual, you might use your debit card or your credit card to top up your account in order to make the payments, because it's not walk in and pay. You have to pay online when you're doing any kind of business with them now. Next slide. Right. So you want to form a company. You might want to be a sole trader or a LLC, a limited liability, or an NGO, a nonprofit organization, or even form a partnership, right? So again, the first thing is to do a name search. So you're registered, then you're looking for your business name, you select. If it's a new business name, it's a new company name you'll use for the LLC. The new business name, you normally use that for the sole traders or the partnerships. And the second one you normally use for the LLC. Next slide. Any questions? We good? Right. So once you have your business name approved, you would see it on your cross come up as an approved name that actually shows you on your account, and there's a box at the bottom saying if you're looking for SAE Financial Services, it was received, and then it was approved, and there's an expiry date for that name search once it's approved. So you don't have it forever, because somebody else could come and use it if it gets expired, right? So you have a timeline in which to form your company or become a sole trader or become a partnership. So once you have the approved name, you need to have your directors and secretary all registered on Cross. So just like you would have done as an individual, anybody who wants to go into business with you needs to be registered. You need to have their name and their PIN number. So Cross will give you a PIN number when you register. And then you have to have a business email address. Each business has what we call a unique identifier. So some people may have multiple companies that own one company. So I'll give you an example, like Answer McCall Group might have 40 companies, but 2 companies own the 38 companies. So those companies also have a unique identifier, right? You have to have business contact and a business address. So the address will be the address that, whether it's a PO box or a home address, to receive any correspondence they want to send you by mail. Next slide. So these are the types of entities you could register. You have a sole trader, and we know a sole trader is how many persons? 1, right. So limited liability, there's a minimum number of directors to register. Anybody knows how many directors that is? All right. How many? Yes, 2. Correct. So the minimum for a limited liability is 2 directors, and then you can add how many numbers you want behind that. For a partnership, it's 2 also, you and your partner. So if a partner exits, that partner now becomes a sole trader, and you have to notify Ministry of Legal Affairs that you no longer have that partnership. So if you and a friend go into business, you form a partnership, and then that friend says, look, I don't want to do business with you anymore, you need to notify them. So now you become a sole trader, right? For non-profit organization, the directors minimum are different. It's 3, and you must do a risk assessment with FIU in terms of the financial intelligence unit, because you have a whole scope of people fall under FIU in terms of risk assessment. Credit unions are one, churches, clubs, societies, anything of that source where you get money, not from sales, but it might be from donations or winnings, anything like that, you need to be registered. And you also have a declaration to make in terms of restrictive statement that says basically what I'm going to do, what the society is allowed to do, and what it's not allowed to do. Right? So if you want to do an NGO or charity or something for kids or food or clothing, anything like that, you have to go through that process. It's a little more tedious in terms of they approving it, but it's still all done online and it could be done easy by a professional too. Right. So how do we choose a business name? Or a type of business, I should say, in terms of the registration? Anybody could tell me? It's not a, yeah, how do you choose? Do you choose a sole trader, a limited liability, a partnership, or, well, a nonprofit is a nonprofit. But for the first three, why would you pick a sole trader versus a LLC or a partnership? Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, he said so. A sole trader is a person who does business by himself, so he'll pick himself to do business. And for the limited liability, it's him and maybe other members that he wants to join him, which is true. Right? That's correct. But also, look at the type of business that you're doing. So my advice to people is if you're doing food, people could get sick, they could end up in the hospital, they could end up suing you. Do an LLC. It protects you from people coming towards you for your assets. They want your car, your home, your savings. So if you're a sole trader doing that and you end up in a situation where there's a lawsuit, you can lose everything. Whereas an LLC, they can only take the assets of the company. Right? Yeah?
Hello, good day. So can a partnership be more than two people?
Yes, it could be more than two people.
Okay, great.
Yes. The minimum is 2, right? It could be more. You could have 20 people. So a lot of law firms are partnerships. There's a lot of professionals coming together, and that's why you normally see a firm, right? Yeah? You might. Don't be shy.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm wondering if you are also protected if you register a partnership. Like how you explained this with the sole trader. And
no, so the partners would bear risk. So you normally have to take out insurance to cover you, professional indemnity, that type of thing. So that if you're sued, that insurance could take care of your risk. Yeah? It's different. Any other questions? Yeah? Another?
Real quick. So as you said for the partnership, like in law firms, you can add partners as well.
Of course.
And what exactly happens with your company like that? Is it that it equally, they can access equal amounts of the company at that point, or what exactly happens?
It depends on the partnership agreement. So some partners might go in 60-40. If they have 10 partners, they might say one hold 20% and the other diverse. Depends on how much they bring into the company. But partners, it comes back to the agreement. It comes back to the agreement. But another thing about partnerships is that it's the return of the partnership when filing taxes also. So if you have a partnership of 10 people, you have to send in a partnership return to Board of Inland Revenue, and then those 10 partners have to send in their individual tax return to Board of Inland Revenue. So a return for a partnership, it is always more work because it's not one entity you're reporting on. Those partners have to do their due diligence to declare their taxes, and then you as an entity have to declare your taxes. Yeah?
Thank you so much. 2 really quick questions. For the non-profit, are the directors at risk as well?
You could say in the non-profit formation, it's limited by guarantee. You could say yes or no to that. Limited by guarantee, meaning that each member or director of the company, if you want to say, of the NGO, would say, yes, I'm limited to 10,000 or whatever the case might be. But normally for NGOs, if there's ever a suit or anything like that, they would look at where the dealings came from and which one of the directors or who had the powers within the organization. So it actually might go behind the scene to see what is happening. That's why they have so much regulations for NGO now in terms of FIU, and they're coming in to see what you're doing, where the surplus is going, because it's not profits, it's surplus, right? So you have a different financial reporting to do also in terms of sending in your financials.
Thank you. That's my actual second question. So can NGOs, that's my next question, can NGOs trade? Like, can they like run a sale or something to raise funds?
No. You could do, so I wouldn't say sale. What you're doing is you're having an event or you having donations. So let's say you're doing a cake, put out, you're asking for a donation. So be careful with your words and how you say. We don't sell anything, we receive a donation for it, right? So, and then some activities also may be deemed trade, right? So I had worked for an NGO before where they were a member-based company, but then they started doing training and other events, and BR came in and said, no, you can't be an NGO if you're doing these activities. So they had to separate entities, yeah? So they could also look at what you do and then decide, yes, this is trade, and, make you pay tax.
What if the training only accommodates the running cost of the organization? Does it make a difference?
What if the trading only...
If, for instance, like you say how that institution was doing trading, now in that case they said they had to separate entities. But if you register the entity specifically for training purposes, and the training, whatever funds are generated, are specifically contributing to the running of the organization, does that make a difference?
It could. So we had an NGO recently registered for a football organization, and inside of the restrictive statement, we put that training in terms of sport will be done. Now, how you do that, you might have subs. Let's say you do it as a sub-base or registration fee for being part of the training. That might more be allowed, but what they were actually doing was selling training programs to multiple organizations, and it wasn't specific to the NGO itself, So if you're doing things with an NGO for kids, your program should be about kids. It shouldn't be about kids and business management and writing a proposal. So they're going to come in and look at those things to see. Any other questions? All right, so just things to be aware of when you form a company. 1, know your taxes, right? VAT stands for VAT. Income tax on an individual is 25% versus for a limited liability organization is 30%. Over $1 million in profit is 35%. You need to file your taxes every year if you're registered as a company or an individual. 0 is a number, as a commissioner would say to me. So even filing a 0 return is a return. You don't file it, you pay $1,000 for a company and $100 for an individual. And now with the Revenue Authority and all that coming on board, they want to ensure they collect those penalties and interest from individuals and companies, right? Yeah? Excuse.
Right, so you register your company and you don't file the taxes. What exactly going to happen?
So Board of Inland Revenue will send you an assessment letter and assess you based on the company registration if they have any history on you, and then tax you according to your history. And then you have to now object to that. If you don't, then you are now liable to pay the taxes, penalty, and interest on what they have assessed you on. Yeah?
Cool.
It's not scary, it's just you have to do your homework, right? Someone was like, what? No, it's not scary. If you just do, so one of my things is, don't be afraid to do accounting. If you have a business, every bill, every expense, every income you generate, make sure you keep your paperwork. If you cannot do it, hire a professional. If you cannot do it and you don't know what to do a training course. There's millions of them online, and YouTube should be your friend, right? Go on Excel. It's an excellent platform to keep track of your expenses and income. Once you report, it does not raise a flag to BIR to look at you because you are doing what is required. You don't do anything, of course it's going to raise a flag. You don't file year 1, year 2, year 3, they're going to come, right? For Ministry of Legal Affairs, in terms of company formation, when you are LLC, you have a lot of requirements. There are forms that you need to learn after post-incorporation. Next slide. Can I do it? I didn't put it. Okay, so post-incorporation, there are things that you need to learn. There's Form 42, which is for an LLC, you have to declare the shares that you own within an organization, beneficial owner. Form 45, and that has to list everybody in your company and how much shares they own. So what people used to do long time, have shadow directors on their company, or they have 20 companies that own this one company that is profitable, and they try to hide their profits. So in Trinidad, we were known as the tax haven in the Caribbean and the world. So they put things in place. We have Form 42, post-incorporation, Form 45, and then we still have our annual return to file every year with the with Ministry of Legal Affairs, right? So if you don't know, no, it's not hard, but once you start doing it from one year to the next, you just have your checklist and you get it done, right? But other than that, once you start doing it, it becomes easy. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah.
Hello again. I was wondering, when I was doing my registration process, I encountered the difference between ordinary and common shares. Could you explain what's the difference
between ordinary and
common shares?
Common shares. Okay. Ordinary shares are normally at the face value, and common shares, I can't really remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry, but I can find out and let you know. Right? So normally ordinary shares might be at a par value of $1, and that time preference shares means that those persons get paid preferably to the top before anybody else, because they're preference. Common shares, I'm trying to remember common, but it's not. We'll talk after. That's okay. So benefits of using a third party to complete your business process. A professional understands the process because of their experience. We've been on the platform multiple times. Sometimes individuals get stuck during the registration, and it becomes longer. Because dealing with Ministry of Legal Affairs, if you don't know, it can be tedious. One legal officer might say, this is wrong, and next might say it right. So if you're in the cross system now, and you try to call them, sometimes they don't answer at all. You have to actually go there and then, get behind them to say, what is the issue? If you use a professional, it's a faster business registration. We'll explain the best choice, as I did today, in terms of the legal forms for sole trader limited, if it's an NGO or a partnership. We'll meet all the legal requirements. And then, of course, we'll explain post-incorporation is also unguided. So like how we have to do the Form 42, Form 45, and an annual return. We'll explain that process, take you through. And then once you're registered with Ministry of Legal Affairs, then you now have to register for your tax numbers at Border Inland Revenue. So those documents that you get from Ministry of Legal Affairs allow you to go now to Border Inland Revenue and register your business name and get all your tax numbers, your tax assessment numbers. Yes? Thank you very much. Any questions before I close? Yes?
After registering on the cross system, if you want to, for instance, register, can you register a business on behalf of someone else using the cross system?
Yes, you can.
Even if the person, because I've learned that you have to have a special profile, right? So I had to get a profile at one point. But if the person is registering, say for instance, a sole trader business, and let's say you were registering it on their behalf, how does that work?
So once you get a name approval, you should be able to pass that over to their profile as the approved name approval. So in the past, it was a walk-in process where once it was a sole trader, you search the name and we attach the application. I haven't done a sole trader with the new cross system, but currently in the process of doing someone right now, because I hardly get sole traders, but that's normally the process. You search the name, once you get the approval, it's a one-pager form for a sole trader. You fill it out, attach the approval, and send it in. So on your individual platform, I should be able to give you, once I get that approved name, to fill out that form and send it in and pay the fee. they stop you that way, what you can do is give a letter of approval, releasing the name to them. They're not supposed to stop you. Substance over form in terms of legal. Yeah. But again, because Ministry of Legal Affairs have all these legal officers, one will say one thing to you and one will say the other. When you go, sometimes you have to fight. It doesn't change the substance over the form. The name was approved, meaning it was approved to you to use, and then you can release that name to someone else to use once it was in the time frame. It did not expire. Yeah? So you have to say it, just like I was saying to you there, you have to say it to them, else they're going to say, no, you have to do it over. Yeah?
So let's say you're now starting, right, and you register as a sole trader.
Mm-hmm.
Can you convert later on?
Yes.
Is that an easy process, or?
It just means, again, you need to do the letter saying that you form the LLC and you want to transfer the name and close the sole trader.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
so you have to do a letter. Yeah? Any other questions? Close off? So, thank you very much. Next slide. Yes, thank you very much. This is our information. You can contact us, and happy registering. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let me get a round of applause for Natalie. I hope you got some vital information there because she shared a lot. And I want to thank each and every one of you who partook in the breakout sessions this afternoon. Thank you so much for sticking around, for asking questions, for engaging both Ricolia and Natalie. Thank you very much. And of course, we say thank you very much to Natalie and Ricolia as well for their information and sharing. Of course, we say thank you as well going out to the CLICO Credit Union for putting this on today. And I hope that you were able to get the tools that you need to put in your toolkit to step forth as an entrepreneur, or to make the next step in your entrepreneurial journey, or in your financial literacy, or whichever aspect of things that you came here to learn about today. I thank you very, very, very much on behalf of everybody who would have put this together, the business development team. We say thank you very much to the business development team. Congratulations on a job well done. Thank you for sticking around, Mr. President. I hope that you enjoyed the information shared as well, and you were pleased with the value that we were able to bring today. Yeah? So thank you again, everybody. Do get home safely. And of course, you could go still check out some of the exhibitors that are still up. I think the Verge is making waves in the corner. I hear people screaming right through, so you can head across there. My name is Rokas. Thank you very much. It's been an honor to be here hosting with you today. Do enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your weekend. Happy Republic Day in advance. Take care.